led us
Sir Raymond, narinig mo ako?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am Joanna, do you still have some more? Or we have to end this
Ako, sir,
already?
naririnig mo?
Okay na po, ma'am.
Sino yung nagsalita?
Naka-virtual
we have
flag ceremony
to
pa ako,
pray
sir.
as well for
Ay, exit ka na muna.
Yan, sir, okay na. In-exit ko na po
thank
yung
you.
virtual.
Ako nag-exit na ako.
Sige, sir.
Ang problema natin, yung mga Facebook user, hindi sila nag-accept ng Kaya pag pinost ko dito, ito sa kalalaki, di ba? Nakita mo, hindi natin kilala kung sino siya.
Oo nga, may
Dapat i-accept nila. For example, ito si Madam Dana. So later on, pag nag-question siya, alam natin na si Ma'am Dana yung nagtatanong.
Okay.
Pa-advise sila.
Anong ilalagay?
Na paki-click yung paki-accept yung Facebook use, may doon eh.
Ilagay ko na lang sa pan. Accept. Nilagay mo na, sir, eh.
Oo nga.
Sige.
Pero marami pa rin kasi na hindi nag-ano. Pero tanong na lang natin mamaya kung sino sila. Tapos, start na ba tayo? Si Ma'am wala pa.
9 o'clock na.
Kaya lang, ang una nating speaker is
Si Ma'am O2.
Oo, kaya lang nasa pa ata siya.
Nasa kabila pa. Hindi ko alam kung
Padala mo na yung link kay Ma'am.
anong ipakon ko yung binigay mo. Binigay ko na kahapon.
Baka natambunan.
Yung binigay mo sa akin yan, no? Sige. Saan na ba yan? Ito.
Yung link na binigay ko sa'yo, pakisend sa lahat ng speaker natin. Para standby na lang sila dito sa backstage. Tapos, paki-ready na din yung presentation mo. May share screen naman dyan. Nakita mo sa baba yung plus share screen. Yan. I-share mo lang. Ako nang bahala. Okay na yun.
May chance ba para ma-blur ko yung likod ng pan ko? Wala.
Ha?
Itong background ko. Okay lang yan?
Okay na muna yan. Sa sunod na natin ayusin.
Sige. So, 9:02 na.
Wala pa sila.
Wala pa sila.
Hello po, Ma'am Dolor.
Ma'am
Welcome
Dolor.
po. Hello po, Ma'am Bernal. Ngayon po. Ito si Ma'am Seria 1. Sana po, hindi po namin kayo ma-recognize, Ma'am Seria. Sana po in-accept niyo po yung blue button natin para nakikita po namin kayo. Hello, Ma'am Pabrigas. Morning po.
Tumatawag na sila ay.
Sige. Padala mo lang. Hello, Ma'am.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Hindi sir, bali, naka-live. Mayroon pong sinare sa link si Sir Art po na para sa live po. Apo.
Yung ba ang link?
Yes sir, yes. Nasa kwan na po siya sir. Meron na po silang i-click. I-click po nila yung para sa
SDO, ano?
SDO Olongapo City SBM team sir.
SBM?
Yes sir.
Wala pa.
PM ko na lang kayo, sir.
Wala sir eh. Kaya nagtatanong sila, saan daw sila papasok.
Saglit sir, ikan ko. Sir, pa-accept daw saglit. Tinatanong nila yung link. May link na po.
Wala ka mong link. Nasa GC lang natin ang link.
Sir, nasa group chat po.
Yan,
Nasa
okay.
sa group. Sa group
Bakit,
lang po natin.
Sir G, paki-open yung webcam, please.
Ikaw sir, nakapasok ka na?
Okay na siya, Ariel. Nilagay ko na si Steve.
Okay.
Yan. Hey, sir. Good morning po. Si Ma'am Otto, nawala si Ma'am Otto.
Pero pumasok na kanina.
Oo.
Kaya makapasok yung baho.
Okay, sino pa ba? Si Sir Florence, sabi niya, di ako maka-access. Okay na sir, naka-access ka na. Nakita ka na namin. Then, ito po, Sir Lance. Nakita ko po kayo, pero hindi ko po maki-recognize kung sino po kayo. Kasi hindi niyo po na-click yung blue button. So, Facebook user lang po yung nakalagay.
Oo.
Si Ma'am Otto, hinihintay natin.
Sir Art, yung mga district supervisors din nagtatanong.
Sir Raymond, naka-add ba sila sa GC natin?
Yes sir. Sina Sir Allen, Ma'am Jo, Sir Kitts, Sir Ramil. Naka-add na po sila. Naka-join po sila.
Pasuyo nga. Tingnan mo si Otto kung nasa office niya. Paul, paki-check mo yung webcam, di raw nakakapasok. Stream yard tayo Thank you. May technical lang si Otto. Then pinapunta ko na. Ayan, si Sir Senon. Yes sir, kitang-kita po yung name niyo sir. Hello, Ma'am Gemma. Nakikita at naririnig ko naman po kayo. Yes, ma'am. Opo, yes. Nakikita niyo po kami pero hindi po namin kayo ma-recognize. Later po kasi meron po tayong question and answer ba yun, sir?
Yes, sir. Kung meron silang inquiry
po namin dito. So, hindi po namin kaagad ma-recognize kung sino po yung nag-post. Kasi po, hindi niyo po in-accept yung hindi niyo po na-click yung blue button. So, tatanong po namin kung sino po kayo. Ganun lang po yun. Unless po sa mga nag-click po, halimbawa sa mga Sir Allen, pag nag-question po sa later, alam na po namin na Sir Allen po yung nagtatanong. Salamat po. Ayan, si Ma'am Imelda. Hindi daw makapasok si Ma'am Marina Diniega. Paki-click lang po yung link. Nasa GC po yung link natin. Paki-click lang po yon. Then may maglalabas po na na notification. Paki-click po yung blue button. Then nakapasok na rin si Ma'am Joey. Ayan, buti na lang si Ma'am Joey, na-click niya. Si Sir Erwin, okay na din. Okay na si Otto. Ano na yung problema?
Hindi ko naka-allow access.
Inalaw mo na. O sige. Hintayin na lang natin siya.
Sir Art, baka hindi rin po nakapasok si Ma'am Eileen. Nasa baba lang po ata siya.
Ayun na, si Ma'am.
Ayun.
Hi, Ma'am.
ma'am. Morning.
Maganda si ma'am ngayon.
Morning po.
Hello, ma'am. Bakit pakibaba si ano? Si ma'am
Ma'am Eileen.
Saka si Sir Rick.
Sir.
Ipasok mo na din. Oo.
Hindi ako makababa dyan eh.
Ang ganda nitong bagong platform niya. Ano bang tawag dito? StreamYard.
Matagal na to, ma'am.
Yard.
Oh.
Ito yung ginagamit natin nung
Maganda.
nag-broadcast tayo, ma'am, ng live. Ayan, si
Ano to?
Madam.
Ba to? May bayad ba to?
Yes, ma'am. Naka-subscribe naman tayo dito. Sabi ni Ma'am Josepina, good morning po. Magandang umaga din po, ma'am. Ayun, si Ma'am Nilda.
Ma'am
Yan
Nilda.
ka lang, si Ma'am
Morning,
Nilda. Kita na po ako. Ma'am, maliwanag na maliwanag.
Maliwanag.
Opo.
Kitang-kita yung ngiti ni ma'am.
Ang ganda pa rin ng bossing ko hanggang ngayon. Parang hindi nagbabago. Mukha ko lang ata nagbago. Si Ma'am Kayanan, sabi niya, good morning po.
Good morning.
Good morning din po.
Tumatawag si ma'am Kevier. Sige po.
Pinababa ko na si Paul.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, ma'am, sinasagot naman po. Ang po na tayo, ma'am, is live stream po. May
Yes,
link
ma'am.
na po, ma'am, sa close group lang po natin.
Okay lang si
Doon po sa SDM.
Sa backstage sila, kailan sila
Apo, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. SBM.
Wala. Wala
SDO,
silang
Olongapo, SBM, validating team. SBM team. Yun po. Nandun po, ma'am. Actually, naka-live na po ngayon.
Hindi, padala ko ng bago.
Sa ating FB
Yan
group.
ang dapat na ibang SDS.
Kung member po sila, ma'am, ng FB, makikita po.
Eleanor.
Pag hindi sila member, ma'am, hindi po nila makikita.
Kumain mo ulit.
Ma'am, actually, ma'am,
Nagpadala na ako.
nag-send na po. Yes, ma'am, sa chat group, ma'am, meron na rin po. Nakapag-announce na rin po. Apo. Yes, ma'am.
Si Raymond?
Yes, sir.
Nag-message ako, padala mo nga sa kanila ulit itong link.
Itong streamyard.com.
Ito. Itong RJSR ba yan? Hindi rin sila makapasok eh.
Copy. Ilagay ko sa SBM, SDO.
Oo. Pero pinababa ko na si Paul para kay Ma'am Gayab-Jab tsaka kay Sir Rick. So, hintayin na lang natin. Asan na ba yung schedule natin dito? Ito. Si Ma'am Sir Ariel nandito na. Si Ma'am Eleanor, wala pa. Sir Rick. Si Ma'am Michelle.
Si Ma'am LB na pasok. Na-approve ko na po si Ma'am LB. Yan nga, pumasok din si Sir. Sa ngayon, we have 116 members.
Pero 80 pa lang yung nakakapasok sa atin.
Okay.
Ayun, si Ma'am. Pasok na rin si Sir Rick. Si Sir Rick, okay na rin. Ma'am Eleanor, pwede pa paki-open? Ayun, naka-open na yung cam nila.
Si Ma'am Mix na lang po ang wala.
Si Ma'am Michelle, saka si Sir Sam.
Sir Sam.
Sir
Si Sir Sam, hindi ko po makontak. Ayan, si Sir Sam.
Okay na. Thank you, pare. Ayun, si Sir Rodel, andito na rin. Ayan, okay na si Sir Rodel.
Sir Rodel. Kulang na lang ng dalawa.
Dalawa na lang. Then later po, pag kumpleto na po tayo, yung backstage ko po muna kayo. Then yung lang po, yung naka-assign, siya lang po muna yung nasa dito sa stage. Bawa si Ma'am Mylene, siya po muna yung focus natin. Pero standby lang po kayo sa backstage natin. Update natin tong mga nag-good morning sa atin. Si Ma'am Kalimbas daw, sige. Good morning, Ma'am. Si Ma'am Dela po. Good morning po. Si Ma'am Marilu. Hi, Ma'am. Then si Ma'am Rhea.
Good morning po, Ma'am Rhea.
Okay na siguro, sir, palagay mo.
Yes, sir.
Si Ma'am Michelle pala.
Last naman si Ma'am Mitch. Nasa principal 4 pa si Ma'am. Baka hapon na si Ma'am siguro kung... Kasi
Sige.
mahaba ang discussion yun pa eh.
Sige. Mahaba ba? So, start na ba tayo? Backstage ko na po muna kayo. Sana sir Alien. Tumupo muna kayo. Then, Sir Raymond, start na tayo ha.
Okay, sir. Okay po, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Pasensya na po kung we keep you waiting for, actually late na po tayo, it's 9:14. As of now, nasa 90, tama po ba Sir Art? Nasa 90 na ang ating nakapasok sa virtual. Live lang po ito sa atin as group, closed group. Nasa closed group lang po tayo. Ginamit na po natin yung StreamYard kasi we are expecting more than 100 participants. Hindi tayo pwede kasi sa Google Meet. Sa Google Meet, may limit lang po kasi 100. So dito, we have chosen StreamYard. Live po tayo ngayon via YouTube para at least kahit na 1,000 ang mag-join or para makita, mapanood itong presentation natin, pwede po. Okay? So again, good morning po sa lahat ng participants at sa lahat po ng nanonood ng ating live stream. Tama po ang narinig ninyo, live stream po yung ating online division orientation and school-based management. Okay? This is in assistance po with our division IT officer, Sir Art Aquino. Okay? Mamaya po yung comments ninyo, suggestions, at saka questions, pwede nyo pong i-type sa ating chat box or sa ating chat or message or private chat message para at least masagot po natin later on. Okay. So, para umpisahan po ang ating program, I will be presenting an audiovisual presentation for the prayer at saka sa national anthem.
Hello, good morning.
Let's bow our heads and feel the presence of the Lord. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope. To continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering. To honor you, to glorify you, to love you, through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen. Sorry po for the technical difficulty.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. So, magandang umaga po muli sa lahat. Pasensya na po sa technical difficulty ng ating presentation. So, ako po pala si Mr. Raymond F. Camacho. Ako po ang inyong host sa araw na to. At the same time, ako po ang inyong Senior Education Program Specialist. At the same time po, ang inyong Division School-Based Management. So para umpisahan po ang ating programa, let's give a big hand sa ating for the words of inspiration sa ating pong Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Maylene M. Minimo. Ma'am.
Thank you so much. Wow. Am I being heard? Am I live, Sir Raymond? Okay. Magandang umaga po, mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. At um, napakasaya ko po ngayong umaga dahil magkakasama tayo. We are live, but I don't know what is the extent of reach of this StreamYard that we are into. This is my first time, but at any rate, I would like to bless every one of you because we are blessed uh, really for having this new strength, new morning, and a new beginning every day. So I would like to give my heartfelt welcome to all the principals of Olongapo City who are with us today and to all the SBM coordinators. Maraming salamat po. Of course, on behalf of our Schools Division Superintendent who is attending a very important event today with the Regional Executive Committee and is currently presenting our accomplishments. Yes, our accomplishments. In DepEd Olongapo City, we are praying and hoping that everything will be okay regarding her presentation. I would like also to give thanks, of course, to the SGOD people and, of course, to the CID for having done this particular freshen up. So this is actually a very good endeavor to let us know what have we done so far and how are we gearing towards modeling change with this challenging times that we are into this time of pandemic. I know school-based management has been there for 20 years. It's actually based on the mandate of RA 9155, the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001. My co-principals, I was a principal for 8 years, and I was able to follow through, yeah, from the birth of RA 9155, which is principal empowerment, and of course, um, getting a heart of how it is to lead a school. It's very challenging. If I am going to ask what position in the government service, particularly in DepEd, would I treasure so much from being teacher one, teacher two, teacher three, head teacher one, at TIC, teacher two TIC at the age of 28. So that was really a big calling for me during that time. I wasn't that prepared to leave the classroom during that time. Leading a big secondary school in Santa Cruz, Zambales with 45 teachers, that was really a huge call for me. And I was so stressed. I was able to uh, generate in me so many pains, and I got hospitalized, I got sick, I got operated because of the challenging roles of the principal. It was really yeah. But at the end of that, I can still tell you that the most fulfilling of all the possessions that I was able to hold is really being a principal. Why? Leading a school is something. It's actually a first-hand type of leadership wherein you can measure the realization of your vision. You can actually affect change. You can actually come up with a hands-on leadership with the students, the learners. It's very beautiful to lead a school. And I'm telling you that um, having your own kingdom, when you try to visualize and put into action and realize, yeah, the vision that you have sketched or drawn for 2 to 3 years, then it's something. It's something. It's a big legacy that no one can actually forget, not because of the huge accomplishments, but because of the relationships that we have planted in the hearts of the learners, in the hearts of the teachers. More so if we are able to hone and develop new leaders, student leaders, teacher leaders, new school heads, new supervisors, and even um, career possession holders. So basically, I am tasked to give you inspirational message, but I would like to share with you some of the thoughts that I have gathered from the last 45 years of my existence. 21 years of that is actually being of service to DepEd. And of course, the rest, and all of those years, I guess, would be learning experience, faith experience, and at the same time, getting to know and immersing myself into what really is needed, trying to model the change, trying to envision what is going to happen in the next future, and at the same time having that advocacy of developing new leaders who will in turn be the leaders of that ed 10, 15, 20 years from now. Because basically, if we are a visionary, then we are putting into the hearts of the people around us how good it is, okay, to plant good seeds, okay? Because reaping and sowing will always be our business throughout our lives. We may have different roles, a mother, a principal, a teacher, a friend, yeah, sometimes an enemy, yeah. But during retirement, we will have different roles. When we try to stop a into charging or into doing some kind of mandate, then we are facing another role. And one of the activities, I guess, that we get to do every now and then is reaping and sowing. Yeah, reaping and sowing from time to time. It might be of different types. It's up to you on how you interpret it. But definitely our main business as human beings is actually reaping and sowing and giving back to our creator what is due him. Okay? So basically, my message to you, intro pa lang yon, sorry po ha. Intro pa lang. Na-excite ako sa bagong platform natin. Sir Art, thank you so much for this StreamYard. I just don't know how far, how long, okay, how huge is the reach. But definitely, I'm so happy to have this type of studio wherein later I will tell you what particular audience do we need to serve. Because in my case, serving an audience of one matters to me. Yes. We should know that serving people is good. It's our calling, love the others. But definitely, if we try to serve an audience of one, we know that our creator should be the first to serve. And everything lies in between. Everything will go with it. Okay? So definitely, I would like to thank the organizer, Sir Raymond, Madam Kayabyab, Sir Rick, maraming salamat. In partnership, interfacing with the IT unit, ang galing-galing, salamat. Nagmamahala ng mga tao, nakakatuwa, ano po. And we are really enjoying the company of each and every one. I will be sharing to you the 4 new roles of principals. Okay? I have seen this, and I think this is actually very timely because we are living in a VUCAD world. Leadership is volatile, very uncertain, very complex and ambiguous. And we all know that we are gearing towards digitization. So those 5, I guess, aspects, those 5 dimensions of leadership nowadays are really facing us. That's the truth. And we are supposed to be going with the flow. Our ability is right here, and then the demands of the job is up there. So we need to, I guess, okay, level up our abilities to meet the demands of the job. I will repeat for all the listeners out there. In our job in DepEd, we should not be complacent. We should not, as leaders, we should be um, gearing towards the change, meaning modeling and trying to cope up with the change of times by looking at our own abilities. Okay? The demands of the job during pandemic is up here, and our abilities might be something like lower than the demands of the job. So what are we going to do? We need to level up and try to be proactive so that the demands of the job will be met by our abilities to do the job. And that is very important. That is very important. The dynamics of working should be in our hearts. Because if we do not have that, then stress and distress will attack us. And that might not make us happy at the end of the day. So I guess that's one. But more so in this very trying times that we have, I would like to focus and to give you the four very crucial roles of principals. One, the principal is a designer. Okay? The principal should be very creative. The principal should be a champion of involvement structures. What do we mean by that? Um, because of that RA 9155, principals are given not just the responsibility and the authority, but more of the accountability. It's not just the accountability of holding, spending, and planning about the utilization of government funds or the money or the MOOE, but more so on the accountability of the learning outcomes. How do we make our learners? How do we mold and release good quality products? Because the products that we have are our learners. How do we release them to the real world? If we are an elementary school principal, how do we produce very good, excellent grade 6 learners who are who can actually compete and who have the skills and the performance standards, who possess in them the required literacy and numeracy, because those two are the main indicators, okay, when we search what is quality education in UNESCO website. So basically, throughout the world, we are looking at literacy and numeracy. And all the subjects will actually gear towards those two. Okay. So a principal is a designer. There should be creative schools in how we produce and do the quality control of our learners. So that's why failing or flunking a learner means the learner did not meet the expectations in terms of the performance standards and the skills and the competencies that he or she, okay, has to develop in himself or herself. So that's very important. And there are no other reasons for a child, okay, for being failed in a particular subject other than the competencies, the skills, the performance standards. Okay. Number two, aside from a principal who is supposed to be a designer, a principal should be a motivator. Yes, a motivator who can coach, okay, and create a supportive environment. Being a leader is actually beyond being a manager in such a way that relationship is very important. Yeah, for those who are newly installed principals, I guess it will take 6 months, okay, before they get to know you as a leader and before you get to know them as your subordinates. And along the way, it's very painful. It's a very painful process. The same as what I have gone through when I was first installed here as your ASDS. I know there will be points in time wherein there will be misunderstanding. And that is very true. Why? Because we have different personalities. We are all unique. We have different weaknesses. We have different strengths. We have different gifts. Okay? So that means along the way, there will be gaps. There will be miscommunication. But if a leader is really truthful and honest. He or she has a teachable heart. He can apologize anytime and humble, not actually disregarding what is truth, what is the truth, and just an honest creature or individual. I guess everything will be okay. All the gaps will be addressed and everything will be smoother and as ever. Why? Because basically working, okay, is um an 8-hour engagement in a day. So we look up at our superiors, we look at our job as if we really treasure them so much that sometimes we neglect what is really most important. Like we tend to ignore some of our family needs, and yet we really love our job. We are spending too much time with our job. Uh, Ako ay talagang guilty pagdating dyan. But basically, with the kind of personalities that we have as a leader, marami po talaga tayong masasaktan. But you know what? At the end of the day, we still look for reconciliation. We still look for kindness. We still prefer joy and happiness. We still prefer peace. And we still go back to loving again. Why? Because basically there's someone there who created us and we cannot control ourselves. We are all sinners by nature. So basically, if we will just be truthful to everyone, then they will accept us as how we can accept them as part of our lives. So basically, that's very important. Um, how to become a motivator, but not disregarding the fact that we need to become truthful and honest to the people we serve. Third is we need to be a facilitator or the manager of change. If there will be challenges confronting us as leaders, we do not need to shy away from them. We should have the heart, we should have a teachable heart, trying to confront things before us, may it be good or bad, because we cannot choose circumstances. We cannot choose peculiarities. Yes, we will fail eventually sometimes. But if we are truthful and we have honest people around us, then they will lift us up. And basically, there will always be reconciliation and kindness along the way. There will be mercy over and above justice. Because there is a thin line. It seems like you are walking on eggshells. When we talk about justice and mercy, it varies from one situation to another. And I cannot explain that, but as a leader, I know you know how to exercise justice and at the same time mercy. Mercy. Not actually being unjust, but basically trying to look at the situation and to love the people anyway because that's what your heart wants. That's what your heart needs. And basically we would like to satisfy that heart that we have. Okay, so another is uh we are a liaison. Yes, a good principal knows how to liaise our people to the outside world. That's very important. It's how we bring into our school communication from outside world. Okay, without putting icing on the cake, with that very good attitude of streamlining and filtering, because basically communication has a lot of lenses. It has a lot of faces. It has a lot of interpretations. Okay? Is the type of communication that you are getting the same as the communication that you are giving to the people that we lead? Okay? Is the type of communication that we are giving the same as the type of communication that our people are receiving? So those are different lenses. Meaning, if we have a teachable heart and if we are an open person, liberating at that, we do not fear to commit sin. We do not fear to lose control sometimes. We do not fear to commit mistakes. And we are very much willing to accept, yes, our shortcomings because we are just humans. Then probably they will meet the type of communication that we are giving and we are receiving. It's how open we are. It's how liberating we are. It's how we accept people's ideas. It's how we listen to our people. And there will always be a nice story in the end. Yes, there will always be a nice story in the end. So those are the four very important rules, new rules that I would like to share with the principals out there, to the SBM coordinators as well. Okay? You are being prepared for a new season of your life. Don't take it as if you are being burdened. I would like to congratulate you for accepting your role as SBM coordinators, because that is a season of preparation for you. I've been through that. I also I was given the opportunity to lead a level 3 school at JFK Sped Center. I was able to lead the school in a way that the culture became so proactive, dynamic, and competitive during that time. Although now I know that they are still holding that type of culture, but almost there are no traces that were left of me, because almost all the teachers are already managing and leading other schools. Yun lang po ang nakakatuwa. If our advocacy is to create and develop new leaders, then basically it will go viral. The type of leadership that we have will go viral, and at the end of the day, we will be happy. We will enjoy the success that these people are reaping, because we became part and parcel of that kind of success. So basically, before I end, I would like to repeat again the new roles of principals. One, principals are designers and champion of involvement structures. Two, motivator or coach to create a supportive environment. It's our mission. That is in our mission, DepEd mission. Creation of creative and supportive environment. Three, principals are facilitators and managers of change. In the time of pandemic, everything goes digital, IT. Then what do we do? Okay, to keep abreast, to keep ourselves abreast with the change of the times. And last one, we should know how to liaise by being a liaison of the outside world. Okay, putting into the management or the leadership that we have in school. And on top of it all, I would like to give you this last few parting words. Now we are in a live studio. I can see here, I can mute myself, I can stop my cam, I can share, that's what I'm doing. I can leave the studio. If I leave the studio, probably that's gonna be retirement. If I leave the studio, probably that might be a death on the flesh. So there are a lot of options, like the platform, the StreamYard that we are now into at this present moment. I have an audience of a lot. You are listening to me. You can see me by the screen, but I cannot see you. So the moral lesson is, in serving the public, yes, we can serve and love people. That's the ultimate calling. But we should know how to serve an audience of one. If we are just looking at that one audience, who is our creator, we will not go wrong. We can serve with love, concern, compassion, with grace, with justice, with mercy to all the people around us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's very rare, but I know that I am so happy with all of you for this endeavor. I am so happy with all of you for your involvement, for your engagement, for your love for our learners. Thank you so much. Good morning. God bless us all. And happy working.
Thank you, Ma'am Maylene, for that words of inspiration. Indeed, sigurado everybody is inspired and definitely excited na for our first ever online validation ng SBM. Okay? So magandang umaga po muli sa lahat. Live po tayo. Mayroon po tayong link na shinare po sa group. Exclusive po ito sa group. Pero live po tayo ngayon via StreamYard. So yung mga comments later on, actually ang naka-join na sa live is 93 as I see it sa platform. Yung mga comments natin nandiyan, nababasa rin po natin. Update po sa group po natin sa SDO SBM team, mayroon na po tayong 125 para makita niyo po yung screen. Yan po tayo, SBM 125. We have 125. Nakikita po ba, Sir Art, yung pinapresent ko? Mukha ko lang nakikita sa stream. So 125 pero sa naka-join na po sa live is 89. Yan lang po yung kanada. Okay. So to give the statement of purpose, let's now have our very own Chief of the Schools Governance and Operations Division, none other than Dr. Eleanor C. Kebia.
Okay. Blessed morning po sa ating lahat. Just to inquire, am I heard, Sir Art, Sir Raymond? Opo, kasi I cannot remove my mask because I'm in the office, so I have to speak wearing my mask. So first and foremost po ay magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, and we are so blessed that you are with us in this very first time online orientation on SBM. Happy po kami na kayo ay malusog, COVID-free. That's why you are here. And thank you very much for the inspirational message given by our ASDS, Dr. Mylene Minimo. And we believe her words are more than enough to inspire us to continue with this activity. Okay, to go directly to the statement of the purpose. First, this is the first gathering now we have been together. All the SBM coordinators together with your principals are always on top of the situation. So first time po natin ginawa na online ang magiging orientation natin because of the need of the new normal. And of course, the major significance of this is for you to be oriented on the new normal way also of validating our SBM level of practice, which will be also done virtually, and we have not yet done this in the past. Kasi nung nakaraan po talaga, ang pagbabalidate po natin ng SBM ay face-to-face. Now we are going to your school. Di po ba, naka-schedule kami together with the SBM team. And then you show us all the MOBs in Principles 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. But then, on top of the documents that you have been showing us, of course, we are not only after the bulk of the documents. We are looking into the impact of the level of the practice, which benefit our stakeholders and end users, especially our learners and our teachers. Okay, kaya po natin ginawa itong orientation na to ay para magkaroon po tayo ng mas malinaw pang pagkakaalam kung paano ang magiging proseso ng ating virtual SBM validation sa pangunguna po syempre ng ating mga school heads at sa tulong po ng ating mga members ng SBM team ng bawat school. Katuwang po natin dito syempre ang ating supervisors, both our PSDS and EPS, upang palalo po nating mapaunlad ang level of practice natin in terms of the curriculum. And tulad po ng sinabi ng ating ASDS, we cannot do things alone. Of course, every time po na gumalaw po tayo, we understand that fund is always the blood of the organization or any agency. Kaya kailangan po natin ng tulong dyan ng Finance Department, ng SDO sa pamumuno po ng ating accountant, si Madam Michelle. And on top of this po ay importante pong malaman natin ang process flow, kung paano po ang susundan ng mga school during the virtual online validation, because we are confident and we believe that since we have been doing this in the past, our level of practice has been constantly improving, and that is one thing we have been reporting to the regional office, that we have no more level 1, majority of the school are already level 2, and most of them are about to reach level 3. And our dream is not just to reach level 3, but to ensure that the word level 3 is really deserving on our title. And by the time we have that title as level 3 SDO in terms of practice in Region 3, we can truly acclaim that we have really served our client. Ang mga learners po natin ang masaya, ang mga teachers po natin ay should I say, na-achieve nila yung kanilang goal, sila po ay napopromote at nasasatisfy nila yung kanilang desire sa kanilang career sa tulong na rin po ng ating mga school heads and of course of the entire SDO. Kaya po malalim po ang ating dahilan kung bakit natin ginagawa ang SBM, not just for the sake of the program, but more importantly po, para maibigay po natin yung tamang kalidad na serbisyo. First and foremost, sa ating end user lagi, nauuna po lagi ang learner, then the teachers, and then the other personnel. Hoping po na ma-achieve natin lahat ng ito sa maikling oras ng ating pagsasama-sama dito sa StreamYard platform na pinangunahan po ni Sir Art Aquino at kasamang kanyang ICT team. Thank you very much po dahil nakabuena mano po kami sa paggamit ng StreamYard na to sa isang orientation. At hopefully po, kung makita po natin na this will be a very effective platform to communicate our programs, okay, and for us to be more informed and dynamic in following the mandate of the Department of Education, why not po, pwede po natin itong ipagpatuloy in coordination with our ICT. So yun na lamang po at hindi ko na po papakahabain kasi marami pa po tayong mga speakers and hoping po na you will be staying para mas maunawaan po natin ano po ang mangyayari sa SBM validation in this time of new normal na lahat po tayo ay nagkaroon ng paradigm shift at nasa system po ng adjustment, but we are very thankful na you're always staying with us and you have been very supportive of the programs of the SDO. So yun lang po at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Thank you very much, Sir Raymond.
Thank you, Ma'am Eileen. I hope naliwanagan po ang lahat bakit po tayo nagtipon-tipon ngayon. So, let's start the ball rolling. Yours truly po will be discussing the SBM process at saka yung ating legal basis. So, allow me to present. Okay, so legal basis and online SBM validation process. So, a memorandum was released last April 27, latest lang po ito. This is our regional memorandum number 133, series of 2021. This is the implementation guidelines on the validation process of school-based management of practice per DepEd order number 83, series of 2012. So these implementation guidelines on the validation process of school-based management level of practice shall be used by the school heads for self-assessment on the SBM level of their respective level of practice in the 20 divisions in Region 3. Division SBM validating team for validating and monitoring the schools on the implementation of SBM in their respective SDO, particularly certifying level 2. So we are going to release a certificate sa level 2 and the regional SBM validating team for validating and monitoring the SBM level of practice of schools, specifically the level 3 in the SDO. So yung pong magle-level 3, mamaya kung sino-sino po sila, yun po yung iba-validate ng regional SBM validating team. Now, the regional office and schools division office are hereby directed to reorganize the RO or SDO validating team as SBM task force in the region in each division. The teams shall now be called regional SBM validating teams and division SBM validating teams. Okay. Details of the regional memorandum will be discussed later. So ito po yung isa pang basis natin. It's nirelease din po ito the same date, April 27, 2021. This is the Regional Memorandum number 134, series of 2021. This is the guidelines on the online. So nung una kasi plano po natin mag face-to-face, but since may surge po at nirelease na rin po ng region itong guidelines for the online validation, so we are going to follow yun pong order released by the regional office. So this is the guidelines on the online validation process of school-based management level of practice. Now, this memorandum provides a systematic process to guide the regional office, divisions office, and schools in operationalizing the school-based validation process per memorandum, regional memorandum number, actually this is 133, series of 2021, or the implementation guidelines on the validation process of school-based management level of practice per DepEd order number 83, series of 2021. Okay. In view of the health protocols as provided in the Omnibus Guidelines in the implementations of community quarantine in the Philippines per Executive Order number 112, where face-to-face mass gatherings is restricted. So the very reason bakit mag-o-online tayo kasi restricted na po yung ating face-to-face. So SBM validations would take now the form of online virtual modality as part of the new normal until such time that all health restrictions are rescinded. So these are the terms, definitions of the terms that we're going to use on the SBM process. So accountability and continuous improvement, normally ito po yung nasa level, principle 3 po natin. A clear, transparent, inclusive, and responsive accountability system is in place, collaboratively developed by the school's community, which monitors performance and acts appropriately on gaps and gains. Advance, ito po yung ating level 3. School-based management level of practice 3 that ensures the production of intended outputs or outcomes and meeting all standards of system fully integrated in the local community, and it is self-renewing and self-sustaining. So na-reach na yung advance if you have met these requirements. Curriculum instruction, ito po yung ating principle 2. The curriculum provides for the development needs of all types of learners in the school community. That is how it is defined. Developing, ito po yung ating level 1. So school-based management level of practice 1, where structures and mechanisms are within acceptable level and extent of community participation and impact on the learning outcome. As of now, wala na po tayong level 1 sa SDO Olongapo. Level 2 at level 3 na lang for the information of everybody. Now, the next is leadership and governance. Ito po yung principle 1. A network of leadership and governance guides the education system to achieve its shared vision, mission, and goals, making them responsive and relevant to the context of diverse environment. And last, hindi pa pala last ito. Management of resources, ito po yung principle 4. So resources are collectively and judiciously mobilized and managed with transparency, effectiveness, and efficiency. Maturing, ito po yung ating level 2, where continuous improvement process is introduced and sustained through the integration of wider community participation and improve significantly performance and learning outcomes. Tapos yung transcending, ito na po yung lumampas na po sa advance. So if there are schools na na-meet na lahat, schools goes beyond the limits, overstep or surpass the highest SBM level of practice, leading to a happy, quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating education, then the school is considered as transcending school. So these are the terms that we're going to use Tapos stakeholder refers to anyone who invested in the welfare and success of the school and its students, including administrators, teachers, staffs, members, students, parents, families, community members, local business leaders, elected officials, such as school board members, city councilors, and state representatives. May also be collective entities such as local businesses, organizations, advocacies, and so on and so forth. So ito po yung kinukonsider natin as stakeholders. So ito po yung composition. This is the composition of the division SBM validating team. The team leaders are actually our SGOD chief and our CID chief. Ako po ang inyong secretariat. Tapos members po are SDO supervisors, PSDSS, planning kasama po dyan, sa accounting kasama rin po. Mayroon din po tayong members na EPS2. Okay po. So, rules and functions of SBM validating team. The SBM validating team shall perform the following tasks and responsibilities. The SBM validating team shall evaluate, monitor, validate the schools under their jurisdiction. Recommend to the schools division superintendent for approval the result of the validation of the school. Recommend to the schools division superintendent SBM level 3 for validation and accreditation by the regional validating team. So as you can see, ang iba-validate po ng regional validating team ay SBM level 3. Now, submit the list of schools adjust as level 2. Why? Because they will be awarded certificate of recognition by the schools division office. So yung mga level 2 po this time ay mabibigyan po ng certificate of recognition. Next, the regional validating team shall validate the schools with SBM level 3 submitted by the SDO. Now, submit the results of the validating team to the SBM coordinator for possible provisions of technical assistance. This is in regional office. Tapos recommend to the regional director of the schools to be given certificate of accreditations. Yung mababalidate po ng regional office na level 3 if they pass or they meet all the requirements as level 3 level of practice, mag-i-issue po ang regional office ng certificate of accreditation. The regional SBM validating team shall organize through the FTAD an awarding ceremony for the recognitions of the accredited SBM level 3 schools. Most likely, a memo will be released to this effect. Now, these are the guides and instructions. The school heads, SDO, SBM validating team, and the RO team shall strictly adhere to the prescribed guides and pertinent steps in the SBM validation process, such as the basis of SBM validation shall be 3 years back. So take note po ito at 3 years back of artifacts following the ESIP coverage. Kung ano po yung nakalagay po natin sa ESIP, i-ready nyo lang po yung mga MOVs. So the SBM validation shall consist of 2 activities. This is when the regional office will conduct the validation. So mayroong activity po. Mayroon po tayong tinatawag na self-assessment to determine the school's level of SBM practice by the school leaders themselves. So mamaya papakita ko po yung template that you can use for your self-assessment. Although we still have the same assessment tool, pero minodify, kinontextualize ulit ng regional office para mas detalyado siya. Okay, mamaya ipe-present po, we will have a walkthrough of the indicators and MOVs that will be discussed by our speakers for Principle 1 hanggang Principle 4. Now, the DOD or the Documentary Analysis, Observation, Discussion, utilizing the SBM assessment tool as reference to gather data in analyzing the 4 principles such as curriculum, instruction, leadership and governance, accountability, and continuous improvement and management of resources with focused attention on the relevance and impact of innovative PPAs employed by schools. Okay. Ang basis po ng regional as well as the division office is yun pong result ng inyong self-assessment. Okay? So kung hindi po kayo nag-submit at hindi rin po kayo nag-upload, hindi rin po namin kayo i-validate. Ganun lang po yung logic. Now, the DOD shall follow two essential steps in evaluating the validity of an evidence of SBM level of practice, which are yung conduct document analysis. So ito medyo kwan po tayo rito, medyo medyo may challenge kasi the documents will be uploaded. I-upload nyo po, mayroon na pong nagawa na e-portal with the help of our ITO. At actually na rin po tayo, na-share ko na rin po yung drive personally po sa bawat school heads at saka SBM coordinators. Ang gagawin niyo lang po, i-accept niyo lang po yung invitation ko to collaborate. Okay? As either viewer po kayo or contributor. Okay? Conduct observations to obtain process evidence, individual or group interviews. So, normally, magkakaroon po tayo ng group interview. Pero, a link will be provided for each principal. Hindi po tayo kasi as one, hindi po whole yung ating validation. It's part validation po tayo. Okay. The validator shall be guided by the following indicators in the appreciations of innovations. This is on the innovations. Has all the needed documents from its conception to implementation. So, from proposal hanggang activity completion. Okay? Yan. So, ganun po yan. Has been signed, ito po yung madalas makalimutan, has been signed and approved by immediate supervisor and schools division superintendent. So, doon po sa pagsasign, mayroon naman na po tayong nirelease na guidelines regarding kung sino po magsasign, kung school-based po siya or division-based po ang activity. Now, 4.3 has accomplished significant improvement as an intervention school problems or issues as indicated in the rubric under curriculum and instruction, and has been adopted by all school stakeholders or by other levels of governance in the achievement of desired learning. The SBM validating team shall discuss the synthesized documents and process evidence based on the above process. Okay, so before the rating, bago i-rate, mag-mimit din po ang team para i-adjudge kung ano na po ba ang level of practice ng school na binabalidate po natin. Okay, this is the process flow. So mayroon po tayong pre-evaluation, mayroon po tayong pre-validation. We have the during validation at saka yung post-validation. I'm going to discuss each. Pero kung titignan nyo, although, wag nyo na pong picturean, i-send ko rin po ito sa group. Doon na rin po sa e-portal para meron po kayong kopya. Okay? So, ito po yung steps. We have the pre-validation. The school's division superintendent endorses through official communication, addressed to the regional director through the field technical assistants, the top 5. Okay? Ang isi-send lang po ng division is yung top 5 lang po na level 3 for the regional validation. This is top 5 SBM level 3 schools in both elementary and secondary for validations by the regional SBM validating team. Now, upon receipt of the endorsement, the regional office issues a memorandum indicating the schedule for the online validation and and the prerequisite requirements to be complied by the school's division office and the schools concerned. Okay? So mayroon po silang sinet na standards or guidelines before the validation po ng regional office. The school division office, through the division SBM coordinator, upload online in the SBM e-portal of the FTAD RO. So mayroon din pong e-portal ang FTAD for the soft copies ng mga ma-judge po natin as level 3 dito po sa SDO. Para may send po natin yung soft copies of all the artifacts, documents, most likely kung ano po yung sinend ninyo, or kung may additional man, inform nyo lang po ako, i-upload po natin just in case you belong to the top 5 level 3 sa ating pong validation. Pero hindi ibig sabihin top 5 lang, top 5, 5 lang po yung isi-select natin. If this year, ma-validate po namin kayo as level 3, the division office will also release a certificate of accreditation or certificate of recognition that you obtain a level 3 level performance for the SBM level of practice. Okay, the artifacts and documents shall be uploaded in the specific Google folder per principle of the said e-portal together with the accomplished SBM self-assessment tool and the consolidated SDO SBM assessment report. Okay? Same is true, ganun din po ang gagawin natin dito sa division. Doon po sa ating portal, kung na-visit nyo na po, I have shared all the links sa lahat po ng validators, school heads, at saka coordinator. Kung titignan nyo po yung portal, nakalagay po yung name ng school at saka yung 4 na folder. Okay? Which is the principal 1, 2, 3, and 4. You are going to upload the documents doon po sa specified folder kung saang principal po yung document na i-upload po natin. Okay. Since the whole process is based on trust and confidence, kasi medyo challenging po yung pag-validate natin or pag-scrutinize ng document, an accountability clause shall be attached to all documents duly signed by all concerned personnel. Okay? So kung magsasubmit po kayo sa ating portal for now, for the validations of the division validation, you are also to attach a accountability clause na lahat po ng document na nandoon and its veracity po ay totoo po yung content. Yun lang po yung ating concern. Okay. Now, FTAD, in coordination with the QUAD, shall convene the regional SBM validating team assigned to the schools and shall pre-assess them based on the submitted soft copies of artifacts and documents. The regional SBM coordinator shall give these copies to the assigned teams per principal and shall be required to list down their initial findings as basis for the online validation. This is still under pre-validation. The school head together with the school SBM team of concerned schools shall prepare 3-minute audio-visual presentation capturing the overall accomplishment and best practices. For those who are adjudged top 5, ito po ay para sa top 5. Sa ating validation po rito sa division, wala pa po tayong ganito. Hindi pa po kayo magre-ready ng 3-minute audio-visual, but this is for the adjudged top 5 level 3. Okay, yung may level 3 level of practice. Mayroon po tayong 3-minute na audio-visual presentation capturing all accomplishments and best practices of the schools within the last 3 years. Mayroon po tayong 1-minute audio-visual presentation per principal that would showcase the programs, projects, and activities and milestones towards the achievement of learning outcomes and targets. And you are going to provide the list of stakeholders, meaning ito po yung ating teachers, parents, students, community partners, at least 6 per stakeholder, duly signed and endorsed by the schools division office, schools division superintendent, and to be uploaded to the e-portal of the FDAD-RO. Sa atin, sa division, you are also going to provide the list of the teachers, kung parents, students, or stakeholders that will participate para mabigyan po natin sila ng link. Okay? Per principal. Okay? Sa regional validation kasi, magpo-provide din po yung mga na-identify na top 5 nung list ng names. Kasi sila lang po. The list would be the basis for the regional validating team on the selection of participants during the online validation. Okay? So they will select randomly doon po sa list. Okay? So kailangan yung ipapadala po natin na names, available sila on the scheduled date of validation. The regional SBM coordinator shall provide separate links for the online platform to be used for each of the following. So mayroon pong separate link para sa school head, teachers, sa students and learners, sa parents and community partners. Okay? Hindi po sila per principal. Sa atin, dito sa division, we are going to have a separate links for each principal. Okay? And for each principal, identified po natin kung sino yung magiging participants. Okay? Pangalan po ng members, ng team leader, ng estudyante, kung mayroon po kayo isasamang estudyante sa link, sa validation, parent or stakeholders. So mayroon po tayong separate na link for each principal. Pero sa region, doon po sa iba-validate na top 5, mayroon pong link para sa school head, may link po para sa teachers. Okay, hindi na nila iba-validate. Yung validation po nila ng document, pre-validated na po sila, kaya pinapasubmit na through e-portal, through portal, yung ating mga documents. Ito ay for the purpose of the interview. Okay? Or para ma-verify nila yung veracity po ng documents natin. Okay? Still part of the pre-validation, the regional SBM coordinator shall inform the division of SBM coordinator on the different links to be used and the official participants a day prior to the online validation. So, isang araw lang. Most likely, i-coordinate ko naman kaagad. Through our group, yung ating bago po na group sa FB group, doon na po ang communication at saka sa ating group chat. Okay? Now, during the validation, ito na po yung during, the FTAD through the regional SBM coordinator and together with the regional SBM validating team shall lead the online SBM validation in collaboration with SDO SBM validating team. So, nakita naman po natin kung sino-sino po yung mga members ng SDO SBM validating team, headed po ng ating dalawang chief from the SGOD at saka CID. Kasama rin po si Sir Rick. Kasama po si Ma'am Mitch from the accounting, Ma'am Michelle Sarte. Kasama po ako. Ako po ang SBM coordinator. Kasama po si Sir Rodel. Kasama rin po si Sir Farales. Okay? At mayroon pa tayong makakasama sa team that the CID will, or Sir Chief will identify later on. Tapos sa team din po sa principal 4 na i-identify po rin po ni Ma'am Rich. Okay, the SBM online validation shall be conducted through interviews and focus group discussions regarding manifestations of desirable outcomes and impacts on learners' performance based on the 4 principles. Okay? Pero sa atin po, naka-focus po tayo per principle kasi we are going to validate by parts. Okay? The school shall conduct the preliminary activities specified in the previously discussed activities, yung preliminaries po, yung audiovisual presentation, ganun po. Mga audiovisual at saka mga opening activities. Now, the school, through the school head, shall present the 3-minute, ito po yung sinasabi kanina, that showcases the accomplishment and best practices. So, take note po rito yung pong ma-judge po natin as level 3, may level 3 level of practice, school head po ang magpipresent. Okay? Hindi po ang coordinator, kundi po ang school head po ang magpipresent ng presentation, definitely. Ng best practices of the schools within the 3 years. After the presentation, the school head answers the questions from the regional SBM validating team. But it is definitely supported by the teams, yung team po ng SBM team ng school. Now, the school SBM leaders of each principal shall present 1 minute. So, bawat principal may 1 minute ABP that shows their different PPAs and milestones. After each presentation, clarificatory questions from the RO SBM validating team shall be entertained. During this part, team leaders shall present their MOBs in soft copies. Okay, showing the arrangements per indicators or as requested by the RO SBM validating team for 15 minutes. Ito pong mga MOVs na yan, bawat principal po naka-itemized. Okay? Actually, i-post na rin po natin yung regional memo number 133. Nandun po lahat yung MOVs or the itemized na in-identified contextualized MOVs that the regional as well as the division office will look into sa inyong mga documents. Okay. The RO SBM validating team shall further validate the presented data through the conduct of FGD or the focus group discussion separately through the link provided for each stakeholders. Kaya nga naka-separate ang stakeholders para ma-verify nila kung totoo or to validate yung truthfulness ng document, yung data o yung information from the documents being submitted and presented. Now, the participants to the FGD shall be randomly selected. Ito po yung sinasabi ko kanina na randomly selected from the list provided by the school head to ensure the integrity and reliability of the process. We can also do this process. Pwede rin po natin gawin dito sa SDO, lalo na yung mga schools natin, identified natin na level 3 nung nakaraan, most likely, para ma-assure po natin, magkakaroon din po tayo ng ganito. We are going to, from the participants siguro, magtatanong kami para at least ma-verify natin. Kasi hindi natin, yung document lang ninyo ay hindi namin mahahawakan. Makiklik lang namin. Hindi namin siya mababrowse ng isa-isa. Most likely, ang isasubmit po ninyo sa e-portal is yung mga with yung mga important details such as the date title, kung sino po ang proponent, signatories, ganon. Kailan po siya sinubmit, kailan po siya in-approve, yun lang po naman ang most likely mga makikita natin pag sinubmit ninyo po sa ating e-portal. Okay? Hindi po kayo magsasubmit ng isang bulto ng documents. Pero kung gusto nyo picturean lahat from the identified MOBs, pwede naman po. Okay? Sige. Now, the RO SBM validating team together with the SDO validating team shall once again convene the school SBM team together with the school heads after the conduct of the interviews to discuss the findings. Okay? Results, recommendations for the validations, which can be the basis for the further technical assistance. So, kung mayroon pong mga makikitang findings or issues or results or kung ano man yung recommendations na i-discuss po ng regional validating team para po makapag-ready po ng technical assistance just in case there is a need. Okay? For the post-validation steps, the SDO validating team together with the PSDSS in charge, if ito na po yung kung mayroon po tayong mga findings, results, recommendations, convene with the school SBM team to discuss the findings. Okay, the findings shall be disseminated by the school heads to the stakeholders, and an action plan shall be prepared by the school to address the recommendations and findings of the validation. Now, the PSDSS in collaboration with the SDO SBM coordinator shall monitor, meron po tayong monitoring, and provide technical assistance if there's a need for technical assistance in the implementations of the action plan. Now, the RO SBM validating team shall prepare the final list of the schools recommended for accreditation. So, magre-release po ang regional office ng memo on the list of the accredited level 3. Okay, na inapprovean po ng ating regional director. All schools accredited shall be given certificate of accreditation. It will be signed by our regional director, none other than Dr. May Clark. Okay, so yan po. Mamaya, yung mga tanong, i-entertain po natin mamaya. Basta mayroon po tayong chat group, although nababasa ko po. Nakalagay dyan. Nasaan ba tayo? Stop ko na itong screen. Iyon. So, yung mga questions nyo po later, i-entertain po natin. Kung may mga tanong, mamaya, i-park nyo pa muna para pag nagsagot tayo mamaya after the discussions of all the walkthroughs, isa-isahin po nating sasagutin. Okay? So, anong oras na ba? Ang time po natin, time check, it's 10:30. Siguro, let's proceed. Gusto mo ba mag-health break? You can have your health break. Pwede naman po at least at your convenience sa bahay. Okay, but now we will proceed with the next speaker. Okay, ang next speaker po natin to discuss or to walk us through on the indicators and MOVs for the principal one, which is the leadership and governance. Once again, let's give a virtual clap to our very own Chief of the Schools Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Eleanor C. Peria.
Good morning, Sir Raymond. Sir Raymond, ikaw na po yung mag-control ng slides, no? Okay, ang ipepresent ko po ay ang Principal 1, which is Leadership and Governance. So from the title alone po ay makikita natin na ito po ay tumutukoy halos lahat po sa principal, knowing po na ating mga principals ay expected to be on top of the situation in the management of their own schools. So kapag pinresent ko po ito, mapapansin ninyo, halos kapareho din po siya ng ginagamit natin. Nga lang po ay magiging iba po ang platform natin dahil magiging virtual po ang lahat ng ating magiging mode ng validation. So ito po siya, leadership and governance. So what do we mean by leadership and governance? Okay, it is a network of leadership and governance guides the education system to achieve its shared vision, mission, and goals, making them responsive and relevant to the context of diverse environment. Makikita po natin ito ay 30%. So, pag hinimay po natin yung definition ng leadership and governance, malalim po siya kasi ito po talaga ang gumagabay sa overall operation po ng school. Nandito po lahat ng pagpaplano dahil nandito nga po ang pinaka-main portfolio ng ating mga school head. Kaya makikita po natin kapag maayos po ang leadership and governance, everything follows na po. Okay, Raymond, let us move on the different indicators. Okay, 5 po ang indicators nito. Hopefully po readable pa siya. Papapansin niyo po na sa bawat indicator po in all the principles, naka-indicate po yung level 0, level 1, level 2, and level 3. Dati-rati nga po wala itong level 0 and then we are confident naman po na hindi natin yan mangyayari dahil pag po sinabing level 0, wala po tayong naipakita na kahit anong level of practice or evidence na ito ay ating ginagawa. Pag po level 1 yan, ibig sabihin it's just developing. And then level 2, our practices are working, pero hindi pa siya sapat para makarating sa level 3 wherein we met the quality standard. So, ganyan po ang ibig sabihin ng scoring na yan in all the principles 1, 2, 3, and 4. Kaya nakalagay na po yung 0, 1, 2, and 3. What is the first indicator under leadership and governance? I think lahat ng schools meron po nito. Sabi po dito, in place is a development plan, usually our SIP, developed collaboratively by the stakeholders of the school and the community. And this has been a practice for quite some time, and we are confident all schools will have level 3 in this particular indicator. So for level 1, para po 1 lang ang makuha, it means the development plan guided by the school's vision, mission, and goals, or VMG, is developed through the leadership of the school and the participation of only 50% community stakeholders. So, nasa validation team na po yun kung paano namin madedetermine kung ilan ang nag-participate po sa pagbuo ng inyong plan, kung siya ay 50%. Kapag po 50% lang, ayon sa aming presumption at sa aming validation through triangulation and interview, ito po yung pwede naming ibigay na score. Then para po maka-level 2, the development plan has evolved through the shared leadership. So, kumbaga, hindi na lang po siya sa school, kumbaga, marami na pong na-involve dahil na-share na po siya sa community, at from 50% ay umabot na po siya ng 51 to 80% participation of the community stakeholders. And since malakas naman po ang network ng ating mga school heads in coordination with the teachers pa at ng ating mga barangay leaders na lagi niyo pong kino-coordinate, ma-achieve po natin lang level 3. Paano po siya? The development plan is enhanced with 81 to 100% community participation in performing the leadership roles with the school providing technical support. Ang dito lang po sa level 3, talagang parang the school is just facilitating because the community is working for the benefit of the school, na parang ang principal at mga teachers ay nagsusupport na lang, and the community has been very cooperative to work together to determine the needs and address the needs of the school para ma-achieve po natin ang level 3. So that is in terms of indicator number 1 under po ng leadership and governance. Like what Sir Raymond mentioned po, no, mag-take down notes lang po kayo and we will answer your query later na makapag-present po yung tatlo pang speaker, no, kasi 4 na principal po ito. Indicator number 2, the development plan or the SIP pa rin po is regularly reviewed by the school. Kasi nga po 3-year plan ito, pero we are revisiting this yearly, like what we are also doing in the SDO sa aming DEDP, regularly reviewed by the school community to keep it responsive and relevant to the emerging needs, challenges, and opportunities. And we are confident po na lahat ng school nagawa ito kasi nag-pandemic po tayo. Our plans before ay naka-pattern pa para sa new normal. Kaya nakita po natin lahat ng adjustment sa inyong AIP dahil inadapt po natin siya sa kasalukuyang situation at yun po ang hahanapin natin for this particular indicator. For level 1, the school leads the regular quarterly review and improvement of the development plan. Naka-indicate po dito quarterly. Maaari pong na-review nyo to during din the conduct of inyong ISMEA para maisabay na rin po siya para isang trabaho na po tayo, no, na we are monitoring the school performance at the same time reviewing our plan. Okay? For level 2, the school and 75 to 80% of the community stakeholders are working as full partners that lead the regular quarterly review and improvement of the development plan. So sa level 1 po ay school lang ang involved, pero pagdating po ng level 2 ay kasama na ang community stakeholders, around 75 to 80% are involved. And for level 3, the school, and 81 to 100% of the community stakeholders. Halo-halo na po yan, no? Kasi kapag marami naman po kayong mga partners, your alumni, the barangay officials, kung sino man po yung mga alumni pa ninyo, or kung mga donors na ating nakikita along the way, or potential stakeholders na nakasama nyo po dito, pwede po natin silang mailagay. And they lead the regular quarterly review and improvement process. The school stakeholders facilitate the process. Parang kamukha din po ng indicator 1 kanina, na pagdating po sa level 3 ay nagpa-facilitate na lang po ang school at ang community na po ang kusang kumikilos dahil nakita po nila na working ang kanilang mga contributions at efforts sa school, kaya po na-achieve itong level 3 in terms of the review and ng ating school improvement plan. Okay. Kaya po siya naging responsive sa emerging needs at challenges po ng kasalukuyang panahong pa rin na pandemic. So yun po ang titingnan natin, ni-review po siya para maging responsive sa current situation. Okay. Sir Raymond, let's have indicator 3. The school is organized by a clear structure. May mga organizational chart naman po kayo. And work arrangement. Meron po tayong alternative work arrangement dahil nabago nga po ang takbo ng ating pamumuhay at pati yung ating pagtatrabaho ay kinakailangang sumunod sa makabagong panahon. Work arrangement that promote shared leadership and governance, that define the roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders. We believe existing na po ito sa mga school. The school defines the organizational structure and the roles and responsibilities of the stakeholders. May mga organizational chart naman po tayo, no? From the principal down to the teachers, and even yung mga designations and coordinatorship, nakalagay po yan sa mga chart ninyo, naka-tarpaulin pa with all the description of the functions po ng inyong mga na-designate na specific coordinators. For level 2, the school and 51 to 80% of the community stakeholders collaboratively define the structure and the roles of responsibilities of stakeholders. Okay? And for level 3, guided by an organizational structure, the school and 81 to 100% of the community stakeholders lead in defining the organizational structure and roles, responsibilities, and then the school provides technical and administrative support. So importante po dito, no, yung organizational structure po natin, naka-establish po siya, especially na kahit na naka-work from home ang ating mga empleyado, they are able to respond pa rin sa kanilang mga function, and nakita po natin na wala po tayong nadidelay na mga trabaho, mga serbisyo para ma-achieve po natin itong indicator number 3. Dahil nga po sa clear ang ating function in case po na merong nag-COVID positive sa school, sino po yung mag-take over, tinitingnan din po natin ito. And see to it how responsive is the school in terms of the organizational structure and work arrangement. Okay. Let us move on to indicator number 4, Sir Raymond. Number 4, a leadership network facilitates communication. Okay, napakahalaga po talaga nito ng communication sa ngayon between and among school and community leaders for informed decision-making and solving of school community-wide learning problems. Dahil ang communication po natin ngayon ay marami, mostly virtual because of the social distancing, most digital, online, pero may mga pagkakataon din naman po na we have to go to school face-to-face dahil there are transactions na we cannot realize din na hindi tayo magpa-face-to-face provided we observe all the health protocols. Okay? For level 1, a network has been collaboratively established and is continuously improved by the school community. Marami po kayong pwedeng ipakita rito, yung mga nabuo nyo pong mga FB page group, chat group, etc. or kung ano man pong communication network that the school can show to ensure that the communication line is continuously po na nagpo-flow among the teachers and the stakeholders. Actually, sumobrang dami nga po nito kasi ang bawat teacher po, ang dami niyang chat group sa kanyang estudyante, sa mga teachers, at nag-usbungan po ang iba't ibang uri ng platform dahil gusto po nating ma-relay ang mga information and disseminate the mandate and policies kahit na po tayo ay magkakalayo sa panahon na ito. For level 2, the network actively provides stakeholders information for making decisions and solving learning and administrative problems twice a year. And actually, itong twice a year, napaka-dalang pa nga nito kasi nakikita po namin halos regular ang pag-address ninyo ng mga problems ng inyong mga stakeholders. Particularly po yung mga teachers na lagi po nilalapitan ng mga estudyante nila if they have queries regarding their lessons. Sa CID, marami po yan. And kami din naman po sa SGOD, marami rin kami natatanggap na mga messages sa aming mga messenger privately, sa chat group, no? Para makita po agad natin kung ano yung pangangailangan ng ating mga stakeholder at ma-address po natin kaagad. Itong twice a year, palagay ko po, sobra-sobra po pa po kayo dyan. And then for level 3, the network allows easy exchange and access information sources beyond the school community every quarter. Okay? We are expecting po na we will be level 3 here dahil ang communication line po natin lahat ay open and we make sure that through communication of the correct information and disseminating po the correct policy, we're able to address all the problems of our learners and the school community in general, na hindi na po ito kinakailangan pang lumala kasi sa level po natin na solve na agad natin. Okay? And then number 5, a long-term program is in operation that addresses the training and development of the needs of the school and community leaders. So more on training naman po ito, no? Training and development. For level 1, developing structures are in place and analysis of the competency and development needs of leaders is conducted. Result is used to develop a long-term training every year. Okay, kung every year, konti pa lang din po yan, pero sa nakita namin, sa dami ng ipinasa po ninyong mga proposal ng EMPRE, ng ISLAC, at hopefully lang po yung mga training na to ay ina-address talaga ang needs ng ating mga teachers at stakeholder. Hindi lang po level 1 ang ma-achieve natin dito. Then for level 2, leaders undertake training modes for 2 quarters that are convenient to them. Online, offline, modular, in group or home-based, and which do not disrupt the regular functions. Kasi kahit naman po meron tayong mga training and development activities, see to it po na priority pa rin natin yung ating mga learners na hindi pa rin nakaka-disrupt lalo na sa pagtuturo po ng mga guro. No? Leaders monitor and evaluate their learning process. For level 3, leaders assume responsibility for their own training and development every quarter. School community leaders are working individually or in groups, coach and mentor one another to achieve their VMG. Pagdating po talaga sa level 3, mapapansin niyo po lahat puro coordination, no? Cooperation, talagang puro sharing kasi hindi po lalawak yung magiging accomplishment ng school kung hindi po talaga siya magre-reach out at mag-i-interface. So, yun po makikita niyo parang trend ng level 3. Kailangan marami na po tayong naka-network, marami tayong nakasama upang makipag-coordinate sa atin at tumulong to achieve our vision, mission, and goals. Ngayon, matapos pong masabi to, ano naman ang mga MOV? Siyempre, para hindi na po tayo mahihirapan. Okay, our MOVs for this. Number 1, we have the approved school improvement plan. Hanapan po natin dyan, syempre ay meron po tayong school memo na you are convening the stakeholders to join together for the crafting or revisiting of the SIP. May mga letter of invitation po tayo sa stakeholders and after which, syempre po meron niyang activity completion report. Compose po yan ng nating mga attendance, minutes of the meeting, and some pictures as it may be needed. And then the approved AIP, halos parehas din po siya ng attachment, the school memorandum, the letter of invitation, and the activity completion report. Okay, let's move to the next MOB, sir. the approved OPCRF, no? Office Commitment and Review Form. Yung OPCRF po to ng principal. Okay? Ito po yung school memorandum din ang attachment niya. Minutes of the meeting, activity completion report, the school organizational structure and process. So, bakit po natin hinahanap ang approved OPCRF ng principal? It's not only for the PBB, pero syempre po, the principal should be able to communicate kung anong content po ng kanyang OPCRF. Dahil yan din naman po ang magiging baseline ng mga teachers para yun din po ang gawin nilang target sa kanilang mga IPCRF para may alignment po yung targets ng principal sa target ng mga teachers para iisa po yung tinatahak nilang journey in terms po ng pag-accomplish ng vision, mission, and goals ng school. Kaya importante po na approve lagi ang OPCRF ng ating mga school heads, hindi lamang po sa plan, kundi pati na rin yung kanyang final rated OPCRF at the end of the rating year. Let's go na, Sir Raymond. For programs, projects, and activities or PPAs as indicated in the SIP, AIP, and OPCRF. Kaya pag tinignan niyo po, magkakadugtong po sila. Siyempre po, yung pong pinaplano ng principal sa SIP at AIP, yun po ay nakaangkla, doon po nakaangkla ang kanyang OPCRF. Kaya iisa po yung tonong tinutukoy nila, kaya hindi po pwede po siyang magkakahiwalay. So titingnan po natin yan, yung continuity po ng tatlong document na yan in terms of the level of practice. Ano po yung mga hahanapin nating attachment dito? Of course, the school memo, the minutes of the meeting, if there are project proposals, activity completion report. Siyempre, napakarami naman po mga project proposal. Maaari mag-a-advise po tayo dyan kung anong klaseng project proposal ang i-submit po dito. Kasi since it has something to do with leadership and governance, yung mga project proposal po na may kinalaman sa school operation. Pagdating naman po sa CID, may mga project proposal din kayong makikita, pero mga project proposal po yun na may kinalaman sa curriculum and learning. Ganon din po sa minutes of the meeting, no? Hindi po basta minutes of the meeting ay sasubmit dito. Minutes of the meeting din po in relation to the conduct and implementation of the programs, project, and activities. Okay? Idagdag pa po natin dyan, kung meron po ang school na innovative program for the implementation of access, kung na-accommodate po natin ang iba't ibang uri ng ating learners regardless of their capability of learning. Kasi may mga learners din po tayong may special needs, may iba't ibang inclination. So tingnan po natin kung ito ay nare-respond ng school. And then implementation of other programs, school programs like Was in Schools, meron po tayo nito, lalo na po ngayon napaka-importante po ng Was in Schools in this time of pandemic dahil yung hygiene and sanitation ay atin pong pina-priority para makaiwas po tayo sa COVID. Then we have Gulayan sa Paaralan, Feeding Program, and others. Okay, next MOB, sir. How do we disseminate, okay, the programs and activities of the school? You may have your school website, kasi papasok po ito sa communication, Facebook account page, you have your leaflets, brochure, newsletters, transparency, bulletin board, school paper. You have your communication plan, flow, and system, which are visible, of course, to the different stakeholders. Okay. And then, number 6, school-based implementing guidelines on child protection policy and anti-bullying. Sensitive po ito, kaya we are trying to handle this, na pinapalo po natin ng data privacy to ensure po yung protection ng ating learners at kung sino man po yung mga involved dito. Paano po natin ito ginagawa? Siyempre po meron tayong school memo. Usually po may mga nakikita kami nagko-conduct sa school level ng dissemination information on about child protection policy na dinidiscuss po nila yung DepEd order na ito. Then, consultation report in case po na mayroong nangyari na dapat i-resolve because there is a report regarding abuse. Maring meron po ditong kayong ipapakita na you work on it immediately nung mai-address yung problema sa inyo through attendance and pictures. Then, propose school implementing guidelines. Yung iba po kasi may mga handbook pa aside from the child protection policy pero hindi naman po nila binabago yung content. ng child protection policy, kundi mas pinakita po nila doon kung paano nila mai-intensify at kung paano po to in-interpret in the school level up to, pero hindi po dumating sa point na nakita namin, no? Yung mga nakita namin, wala po silang binago, kundi in-enhance po or pinakita po nila kung paano masusunod itong Child Protection Policy DepEd Order na ang lahat po ay makakasabay at wala po tayo mababiolate na anumang provisions dito. May mga school po na may school handbook kung paano nila dinidisseminate ang mga report nila. Meron po siyang pictorials and attendance. At in case po talaga na merong naganap na pag-abuso, meron po tayong mga intake sheets na pinapipilapan po sa ating mga kung sino man po yung kinoconsider nating victim. But then of course, observing all the confidentiality and data privacy for the protection of all those who are concerned. Maliwanag naman po ito sa pulisiya kung paano ito i-address. So makikita po natin kung ito ay nasusunod ng school. Okay? And then, I think this is the last, the EBIS Performance Indicator. Tingnan po natin ang inyo. Sa system naman po makikita to, gross enrollment rate, net enrollment rate, cohort survival rate. I think may mga formula naman po tayo dito na ready na, kaya mako-compute na po yan. Transition rate, school leaver rate, yung mga umaalis, no, yung mga nagda-drop, repetition rate, and completion rate. So, ito namang mga numbers po na to ay na-generate natin sa system. And at the same time, the school also, kaya nyo po itong i-generate din dahil may mga account naman po tayo sa LIS, the principal and school planning coordinators. Bahagi din po sa performance indicators ay kung meron po kayong ALS, yung ALS completion rate, yung percentage of ALS learners who completed either elementary or secondary level in accordance with the requirements. Then ALS passer, no? Yung ANE passer rate, percentage of ALS learners who passed the ALS accreditation and equivalency test. So bali po dito sa principle 1, 5 po ang indicator, pero up to number 7 po, yung mga MOVs na po pwedeng mag-contribute para makita po natin kung ano ang inyong level of practice, whether level 1, level 2, or level 3. But then, sa nakikita po namin ginagawa ng school, ng mga school head, ng mga teachers, and in your coordination with your stakeholders, we are hoping po na we will be able to achieve level 3 in the very first virtual SBM validation na pag-uusapan po natin after po ng orientation na to at ng amin pong team na we will be disseminating in the field the soonest. Thank you very much po at maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig.
Now, we will resume ng 1 p.m. So, but bago po tayo mag-break, let's have another presenter to give us the walkthrough on the curriculum at saka curriculum and instruction. So our very own Chief of Curriculum and Implementation Division, Sir Ariel C. Lansang. Sir?
Hello, good morning. Talagang kumpleto, may C talaga eh, no? May middle
Yes,
initial.
sir.
Sir, please be the one to share the slide presentation for
Yes, sir.
Principle 2, Curriculum and Instruction. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Sana po ay kayo ay nasa mabuting kalagayan, no? Because of the many cases of COVID-19, and I just hope that the overwhelming tasks that are being discussed with you, you'll be able to come up with with outputs, as mentioned by our O2, we are creative leaders. No, we navigate our way around the barriers and all other kavits, so to speak. No, in our performance of our jobs. So I will speak on the curriculum and instruction. The curriculum provides for the development needs of all types of learners in the school community, which comprises the 30% of the sir ano paki-move po. Ayan. So this is the delivery of a relevant, responsive, basic education, yung learning continuity plan po natin, no? And our main goal is to increase student achievement. And I would like to right now, no, congratulate you for being able to improve the achievement of our learners, because based on quarter 1 classification of grades of learners to the classification of grades for quarter 2, there was an overwhelming improvement, no, in the light of the student achievement, meaning truly in your respective schools you are trying very hard to help our learners so that they will be able to achieve the desired learning competencies, skills, and performance tasks. So let us now move on to the first indicator. The curriculum provides for the development needs of all types of learners in the school community. Now, for level 1, all types of learners of the school community are identified. Their learning, I'm sorry, are identified. Their learning curves are assessed. So halimbawa po, kung meron tayong diagnostic test, meron tayong reading assessment test, meron tayong mga non-numerates test. The question here now is that, are we waiting, for example, during the start of the school year, beginning lang ba yung ating ginagawa, or do we have follow-up assessment from our end, like monthly or quarterly, that we do not wait anymore for the end of the school year for us to be able to determine kung ilan na ba yung mga bata natin na nakakaagapay doon sa learning performances nila, no? And then syempre, we have to determine the readiness of our learners and try to vision the improvement rates, no, the mastery of tasks or the skill of our learners. For level 2, I'm sorry, programs are 100% implemented, closely monitored to address performance discrepancies. So, benchmark best practices, coach low performers. Yan po yung naging main focus po natin for quarter 1, no? The low performing learners. Ano po yung naging role natin and responsibility in trying to intervene with our teachers and try to provide our interventions, of course, with the help of our supervisors, no? District supervisors and learning area supervisors. And for level 3, the educational needs of all types of learners are being met, as shown by continuous improvement on learning outcomes. Later on, the MOBs will be shown, and products of learning, teachers, as well as students' performance is motivated by intrinsic rather than extrinsic rewards. When we say intrinsic motivation, is like not necessarily na kasi kuminsan may naririnig tayo, no modules, no grades. Yung parang ginawang panakot, no? So, dapat po hindi ganun yung maging pamantayan natin ng pag-assess natin ng mga learners natin, but be able to intrinsically to be able to share yung aspiration ng mga learners natin and have them motivated to be accountable to their own learning, no? Like reading a book, perform a task by themselves, na without expecting rewards from us, no? That from their own ability and capacity, they are able to address their learning performance. Okay po, then let us have the indicator 2. The implemented curriculum and is localized to make it more meaningful to the learners and applicable to life in the community. Local beliefs, norms, values, traditions, folklores. Dito na po pumapasok yung contextualization and indigenization. Of course, for those who are implementing the IP education program plus the Muslim education program, we need to indigenize, no? Not only to localize, because we need to understand the cultural background of our learners in the light of their respective beliefs, no, and values and religion, so that we may be able to address, no, how they are addressing learning in the light of their performance in the school. Kasi po masyadong maraming problema tayo doon sa, especially that we focus mainly on the online class observation. What about those who are under the modular learning? So ano po yung nagiging intervention natin, and ano po yung nagiging papel natin and role natin para ma-address natin yung pangangailangan ng mga mag-aaral natin sa modular learning, because alam po natin na hindi naman po lahat ay nasa online classes. Most of our learners are under the modular teaching and learning modality, and therefore we need to address, no, this particular problem, so that we can consistently look into the results and then find out the learning gaps, and then assess in the process, and as early as like for example 4 weeks or the 8th week, ma-detect na natin ano ba yung mga learning problems ng ating mga estudyante. We do not wait for the grades to be computed at saka lang tayo gagalaw, you know. So we need to maintain a meaningful learning outcomes from our learners po, no. So we need to effectively communicate that with our teachers, kasi syempre maraming mga feedback sa ating mga learners na masyadong mabigat yung mga modules, santambak yung binibigay na modules, minsan one-time deal, 4 na modules, 6 na modules binibigay, tapos may mga sineset na deadline. So we really need to look into that, so that we will be able to address the effectivity of teaching our learners, especially in the modular teaching and learning modality. Next po, sir. I am not going to discuss one by one po, because I know that as mentioned earlier, ang level of practice naman po natin ay nasa level 2 and level 3 na po, no? And so for indicator number 2, a representative group of school and community stakeholders develop the methods and materials for developing creative thinking and problem solving. A representative of school and community stakeholders assess content and methods used in teaching creative critical thinking and problem solving in 4 learning areas in all grade levels. So, what is so daunting about being a school head is that we must be able to address all the learning areas, plus of course all the different grade levels. Kaya medyo mabigat po talaga yung curriculum, at the heart of the curriculum and instruction is that we are able to address the different learning difficulties, and we impose, not impose, but we navigate or improvise ways to improve and strengthen the learning performance of our students, no? So learning materials and approaches to reinforce strengths and address deficiencies are developed and tested for applicability. So we need to be mindful of our assessment, no? Assessment should motivate learning. Assessment should drive instruction. Assessment should drive learning. Assessment should inform students of their progress. So from time to time po, we need to address this particular problem, that we have to have an established system para ma-feedback na po agad natin sa ating mga learners, no, ng mga teachers, no, sa kanilang mga learners na ito na yung nagiging level of performance mo, what can we do? And then of course, ano yung mga classroom assessment techniques na ini-implement ng ating mga teachers, and we need to look into that so that we will be able to help our learners achieve more, no? Although of course, based on quarter 1 and quarter 2, overwhelming po yung naging passers natin ng mga learners natin for quarter 2. And we don't need to stop from there, no? We really need to assist our teachers, lalo na po yung mga medyo nakakalimot, na baka nai-stress yung mga learners nila, sobra yung dami ng mga activities. And then of course, we need to look into the most essential learning competencies, na-check din po natin, so that we will be able to really address the learning needs of our learners. Next, sir. The learning systems are regularly and collaboratively monitored by the community, using appropriate tools to ensure the holistic growth and development of the learners and community. A school-based monitoring and learning system is conducted regularly and cooperatively. So, ang tanong po dito palagi is that in your respective schools, ano po ang nagiging feedback system natin, no, in the light of the learning assessment of our learners? Ano po yung nagiging participation natin as school leaders, and how do teachers approach, no, like yung mga lesson observations natin? Do we interview pupils about their learning, conducting work scrutiny, reviewing teachers' assessment, planning, and written feedback of the pupils? So we need to look into that also, so that we'll be able to regularly monitor, no, yung community of collaboration and checking, no, ng ating mga learners, so that our teachers will not deviate from the expectation, no, for the learning outcomes of our learners. Next, sir. Appropriate assessment tools for teaching and learning are continuously reviewed and improved, and assessment results are contextualized to the learner and local situation and the attainment of relevant life skills. Kung minsan po kasi we are just setting aside, or we are putting into boxes yung mga test banks natin, no? I think we need to look into our test banks, no? Ito ba ay effective pa rin ba? Do we need to how do teachers construct their assessment tools? Ano ba yung mga adjustments na dapat nilang gawin? Kailangan bang i-fortify? Kailangan bang improve yung assessment ng ating mga teachers? Kasi when pag tinambak lang natin yung mga item test banks natin, tapos hindi na natin na-check as against ano yung current need ng ating mga learners, we may fail to address the learning outputs of our learners po. So the assessment tools, kaya nga yung mga supervisors natin tinatanong ko, ano ba yung mga localized and contextualized assessment tools na ginagamit ng mga eskwelahan natin? So we need to do that, no? And then what are the rubrics, no? Contextualized rubrics and localized rubrics that we put up so that we'll be able to adjust, no? Not adjust kung mababa yung level ng bata, adjust mo yung performance ng bata. Hindi po 'yun ang point. Ang point po dito is that we have a common understanding that through this assessment tool na in uniformity na-assess po natin yung ating mga learners. So yun po yung school assessment results po natin ay lagi po nating na-check, no? So we need to check the reading levels of our learners, yung non-numerates, no? Yung performances in the different learning areas, and then try to have a collaborative decision making para so kailangan yung ating mga master teachers, grade level leaders, yung mga department heads, they continuously intervene and try to provide assistance sa ating mga teachers, because sometimes not sometimes, but most of the time, our teachers really need our guidance and enlightenment so that we can help them in providing assessment to our learners. Okay po, next, sir. Learning managers and facilitators, teachers, administrators, and community members nurture values and environments that are protective of all children and demonstrate behaviors consistent to the organization's vision, mission, and goal. Na-mention na po ni Ma'am Kayabyab kanina yung organization. Ano ba ang vision and mission and goals ng ating mga paaralan, no? And we with the new normal, are we really observing the academic ease, no? With the bulk of activities and modules within the limited time to be accomplished by our learners, are we helping out, no? In devising methods and ways in helping our learners through our teachers, no? As we intervene. And we continuously give guidance to our teachers, and then of course we ask for advice from our supervisors na ano bang pwede naming gawin dito, sir, ano bang pwede nating gawin dito, ma'am, so that we will be able to support our learners, no, in the light of the learning materials that being confronted with by our learners. Kasi kung minsan nahihirapan yung ating mga estudyante, and our continuous alam po natin, no, sa sarili natin yung level of practice natin kung hanggang saan yung intervention na ginagawa natin sa ating mga teachers so that we will be able to help them improve, no, in the light of their teaching. Pag tayo ay nagbibigay tayo ng feedback ng kanilang sistema ng pagtuturo, feedback in the way that they craft their assessment tools. Ano ba yung mga bagay na ginagawa natin sa mga teachers natin na nakakatulong para mas ma-alleviate yung ating mga learners natin, and the desired outputs are being achieved, no? At wala pong bumabagsak, walang nagda-drop, walang at risk of dropping out. Mas natutulungan po natin yung ating mga learners. And then 7 po, Sir, methods and resources are learner and community friendly, enjoyable, safe, inclusive, accessible, and aimed at developing self-directed learners. Learners are equipped with essential knowledge, skills, and values to assume responsibility and accountability for their own learning. So we need to help our learners to identify their own learning goals. At the start of the class, dapat po na ibigay ng teachers natin na ito yung learning goal natin. So, ano ba yung mga learning expectations na dapat na-achieve ng mga learners natin, no? And then tapos we need to understand the approaches being implemented by our teachers, no? And start with the background, like ano ba ang background and schema ng ating mga learners. We need to evaluate the text, especially on modules. Paano ba nila ito tinitignan? How are they are looking at the text, no? Na pag binigay ng teacher, paano nila ito tinitingnan? So we need to help, no, our learners so that we will be able to share information and share our own expertise. Kung syempre naging teacher din naman po tayo, so we need to give inputs as to how to help our teachers approach the different levels of our learners, yung diverse learners po natin, so that and then help our learners to monitor their own progress, no? Alam po natin that with the assistance of the parents and with the assistance of the learning learning support aids, but beyond that, no, tayo as the direct persons involved in the learning of our learners, dapat we actively take part in looking into the achievement of our learners so that mas makapag-produce pa tayo ng mga learners who are able to handle their learning outputs, and so that in them they will be able to build the accountability and that they will enjoy, no, the kind of learning that they are getting from our teachers. Next po, sir. So ano ba yung mga means of verifications? One po is teacher's portfolio, RPMS, IPCRF portfolio, proportion of teachers meeting PPST Career Stage 3 in all domains. So we were oriented naman po on this. And then of course, the monthly supervisory plan, classroom observation tool, yung mga COT natin, how how do we undergo this, and are they explained clearly to our teachers, and then observation notes like writing down journals, no? Yung mga remarks para mas ma-improve pa ng ating mga teachers. And then of course yung class program, are the teachers given equally, no? Yung kasi kuminsan one of the problems being looked into is that teachers have a lot of ancillary tasks, no? Maski po ang regional office, nakita po yun, no? Because of the many ancillary tasks of our teachers, minsan napapabayaan yung focus doon sa pagtuturo. So we need to look into we need to look into the loads of our teachers, no? And then of course sample lesson plans, DepEd emails and FB accounts, school leadership with designation, list of localized contextualized IMs with sample, big books, MTB. Kaya po ang LR supervisors, ang LRMDC team with the learning area supervisors, lagi ko pong chine-check, sabi ko sa kanila, ano na ba yung mga locally developed modules natin na nagagawa ng mga teachers natin, no? So that from our end tayo mismo, na-check din po natin ano man yung ginagawa ng ating mga teachers, no? And then of course, we put up school and the division quality assurance team so that we'll be able to monitor, no? Kasi syempre as I always ask my supervisors po, sinasabi ko sa kanila, let us continue yung error watch, no? And then palagi na makita natin ano ba ang problema sa mga modules, ma-check natin ano yung mga errors, tapos immediately makorek po yun. Kasi kuminsan the social media is too strong. May mga nagra-ranting na, meron na mga nag-expose na sa FB na mga mali na ginagawang katatawanan. So dapat maging mapagbantay tayo, no, from our end na nako-qualify natin, no, na mo-monitor natin ano ba yung mga naibibigay nating mga localized and contextualized instructional materials. And then of course, school forms, improve localized LMs, IMs, and DLLs. And then the list of visual aids, digitized IMs. Alam ko po, meron na mga nakapag-put up na mga recorded radio, sample radio broadcasting. Binigyan na po ako ni Sir Nelson ng example ng pinakitaan niya na po ako, no, through the messenger ng sample ng isang teacher na may radio recorded broadcasting na siya, no. But then again, sabi ko nga, we need to source out more material so that we will have more materials so that hindi na tayo masyadong nagpupunta doon sa modular, no. Para maiwasan na rin yung as mentioned by Sir Ting, yung pagpatay ng mga puno dahil sa paggamit ng sobrang papel, so that our learners will be able to engage in the other platforms rather than the printed modules, para maiwasan na rin po din natin yung mga expenditures, and then of course the problem of printing the modules, etc. Marami po kasing mga problems na tayong nami-meet pagdating sa mga modules po natin, no. Then of course, we have the training development plan, teachers development needs. Pagka nagpo-propose po ang mga supervisors, lagi kong tinatanong, base ba yan sa needs assessment, no? Pag nagbibigay tayo ng training division-wide, for example. So in the same manner po, ganun din po ang magiging tanong ko, no? pag nagbibigay ba tayo ng school-based training sa mga teachers, meron ba tayong batayan, no? What are the needs? Needs-based assessed ba yung ating binibigay na proposal, no? So, yung ating school lock, yung ating mga inset, ito ba ay based on the needs of our teachers? Ito ba talaga yung kailangan? Like for example, during the March break po natin, no? Yung mga pinagbibigay nating mga training sa mga teachers natin, yung ba talaga ay ang immediate need ng ating mga ating mga teachers? Meron ba tayong proof na ito kasi yon, no? Nag-survey kami, nagbigay kami ng questionnaire kung ano ang mga needs ng teachers na training. Tapos meron tayong proof na yes, we conducted the school level action cell, we conducted the school inset, we conducted the district inset, because according or based on the needs assessment na ginawa ko, no, as the principal, as the supervisor, ito yung lumalabas na top 3 needs. For example, kung top 3 yung ina-identify natin. So, syempre po, pagka tinanong tayo ng validation team, dapat po yun ay ma-prove natin na talagang nakabatay doon sa pangangailangan ng mga teachers natin yung ibinibigay nating training sa kanila. Then of course, the technical working group, ACR, isa pong or observations sa ACR po, no? Kuminsan, proposal pa lang yung binibigay, tapos meron na siyang naka-attach na na ACR. So medyo titignan din po natin 'yon, no? Kasi minsan parang hindi, tapos yung time frame, no, hindi umuugma doon sa proposal. Dapat po na-check din po natin 'yon, no? And then of course the technical assistance plan based on DepEd and Division Memorandum Issuances, TA reports with results, analysis and pictures, certificates of attendance to trainings and webinars. And then number 3, sorry, learners outcome, performance indicators, dropout. Natapos na po yung quarter 2 natin. Gaano na po karami yung nag-drop, yung not anymore part of the learning environment, no? Kasi kuminsan parang napansin ko po, may nagdi-declare na tayo ng dropout. Ano pong nangyari? What was our intervention? Ano po yung ginawa natin na effort for us to be able to save our learners from dropping out? And then of course, na-mention na yung graduation, and then cohort survival by our SGOD chief, and then of course the learners portfolio. I understand that we have the learners portfolio through video, no, yung recorded, no. Meron tayong assessment of the portfolio of our learners. Meron kayong mga ebidensya niyan, at ang ating mga supervisors ay meron din pong sinasabi na mga evidences na we are trying to assess, no, virtually, no, using Bluetooth, using recorded videos, and all other platform na pwedeng maging ebidensya, no. And then of course the periodic assessment results with analysis. Out of the result, no, doon sa quarter 2, for example, itong week na to, for example, ay matatapos na yung ating quarter 3, no. Ano yung analysis natin doon sa result ng assessment ng mga learners natin, no? Anong subject area mababa yung mga estudyante natin? Anong aspeto ng questions? Maraming what is this? consistency of errors pagdating dun sa pagbibigay ng mga teachers natin doon sa test items na binigay nila. So we need to look into that also. And then of course, learners tracking system, program effort, and learners profile with their learning needs, and proportion of students performing at proficient level, numeracy level, and literacy level. So again, we need to look into the reading assessment test, kung saan na po ayan, ang magiging basihan po kasi dalawa naman tayong yung Filipino reading test. We have the Project Kabasa, and then the English reading test. We have the Project Reader, and all other school-based reading programs, so that we can address the reading problems, difficulties of our learners. And then of course yung sa numeracy naman, makita din natin kung ito ba ay nag-i-improve, can our pupils, can our students interactively approach problems in mathematics. So yun po, no? So we have there to determine the improvement of learning outcomes. The rating standard below shall be followed: 76 to 100%, or 0 non-reader and non-numerates, 3 points; 51 to 75%, 2; 26 to 51, and 25 below, 0. And I assume naman po na wala naman na pong makakakuha ng 0 doon sa rating, no? So highly proficient is 90 to 100%, 3; proficient 75 to 89%, 2; and nearly proficient. I just hope we are at least nandun po tayo sa proficient and highly proficient in the light of the improvement of learning outcomes of our learners. Next po, sir. And then schools best practices. Isa rin po 'yan sa mga tinatanong ko sa mga sa mga supervisors natin pag nanghihingi ako ng report, no? Ano ba yung mga best practices ng mga schools natin, no? Remarkable accomplishments. What are the school-initiated programs and projects? We have to have documents on that po, no? Ano ba yung mga school-initiated program and projects natin sa school natin? So we have the log sheet and logbook, showing names of visitors who benchmark. Of course, because of the pandemic, siyempre, we cannot have that, yung mga school visits po, no? But at least we have through online some, kaya lagi kong ini-encourage yung mga supervisors natin that we need to encourage and motivate our school principals to share yung best practices po with other schools, lalo na yung mga magkakalapit naman na, ito ginagawa namin, pwede nyong i-adapt. So, pwede pong gano'n, no? And we can do that, no? We can share best practices kasi nga, kuminsan, when one or two heads are put together, mas yung idea po kasi ng sharing ay mas nai-improve yung insights, no, as to the best practices ng ating mga eskwelahan. So innovations, programs for improvement of the learning environment, increased learning outcomes, continuous improvement projects, institutionalized program for inclusive education, literary services, guidance services. I believe that with the guidance of our guidance focal person, Ma'am Gina, ay i-strengthen at napopromote naman po yung ating guidance, no? Lalo na yung mga guidance coordinators natin na nabibigyan naman po sila ng appropriate training on that. And then computer science TLE laboratory, learner-initiated projects, classroom structuring, reading centers, study and reading books, co-curricular activities report like scouting, religious instruction, science camp, education summit, etc. Okay po. Then next, sir. School research outcomes. Okay. Now here we have the list of researches, no? Ang ginawa ko po kasi nitong first quarter, I think I was able to share, no, mga 55 titles of research, possible titles for research, no. Yun po yung ginawa kong assistance sa ating mga supervisors, and I just hope that the supervisors were able to share also yung different titles so that meron pong maging batayan, no. Although meron din mga nagme-message sa akin, no, privately, na tinatanong, sir, pwede na ba itong research na ito? So mahalaga po kasi yung action research, yung culture of research is very important, because when we have research, it could be a substitute for needs assessment. Kasi pag may research po, doon na natin na-determine ano yung mga pagbabago, ano yung mga improvement, mga remediation na pwede nating implement sa ating mga eskwelahan. And from the research outputs, research results, pwede na po tayo makagawa ng project proposal. So yun po. And then of course, you will have your innovations, intervention, enrichment and remediation programs, and project proposal, plus the ACR. Next po. And then of course, the sample assessment tool, apart from the item test bank, no, na sinasabi ko kanina, then we have the table of specification, formative, summative tests, sample, and then periodic test questions, evaluation notebooks, test and item analysis, item bank per learning area, rubrics use. May sinasabi po sa akin ng mga supervisors na meron naman ginagamit ang mga schools ng mga contextualized rubrics tools for assessment. So sana po ay maipakita rin po natin itong mga contextualized rubrics na ito. And then of course, the enhanced assessment tools adapted from our partners. Thank you very much po. I did not take the time to explain further the different, because I know that you are familiar with the many indicators and the level of practice po. So I just run you through the different indicators and the levels, because I know in practice naman po ay alam naman na po natin kung ano yung ginagawa natin. So thank you very much for listening, and I just hope that with the simple sharing that I made right now, I was able to at least medyo may konting pitik na oo nga, parang merong ganong pagtingin sa mga ginagawa na natin talaga. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you Sir Ahi, for the detailed info and insights you have shared with us right now. So, ang time check lang po tayo. Ang oras natin ay 11:41. Siguro we will have a break, lunch break. Yung nga lang hindi ko sagot yung lunch nyo. I hope you understand. Kasi virtual po tayo. Siguro pwede ko kayong padala ng virtual lunch. But anyhow, resume po tayo ng 1 o'clock. Mayroon pa po tayong 3 na speakers. presenting the Principal 3, we have Sir Ednabi later, tapos si Ma'am Mitch Sarte from the accounting unit para po sa Principal 4, at saka yung steps ng scoring, computation, at saka tentative schedule po ng ating validation. I-discuss ko rin po yan mamaya. So, 1 p.m. yan. Pinost na po ni Sir Art. SBM orientation will resume 1 p.m. this afternoon. So, at this juncture, magpapasalamat po muna ako sa mga umattend at nag-participate sa ating live na presentation ng ating online division orientation for SBM validation for this school year. Okay? So with that, see you later sa iyo po ng 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
Sir, hindi ko napapatayin yung link. Ito, balik na lang sila dito. O standby ko na lang.
Sige. So naka-standby lang daw po yung link. Babalik na lang po, magre-resume po yung ating presentation ng exactly 1 o'clock. Maraming salamat.
Po. Hello po. Five minutes na lang, sir. Balik na tayo, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oo,
Hello,
so,
sir.
ano, paki-update na lang sa, ano. Di ako makapasok. Sabi ni Ma'am Anet. So, wait lang, nasa GC lang po. Nasa GC lang po ang
Link.
stream. Yan. Para makapasok. Hindi naman tayo nag-close ng stream natin. Tuloy-tuloy pa tayo. So, 4 hours na po ang tumatakbo ang streaming natin. Sir, ako din hindi makapasok. Click ko lang po yung live. Paano ba yan?
Ayan, yan na. Nagli-link, cling.
Ayan, ang dami na. Good afternoon na daw.
Itong mga hindi ko kilala, Skinny Jones.
Pag hindi mo kilala, sir, wag mong i-approve.
Hindi ko kilala eh.
Oo, i-screenshot mo lang, dalahin mo sa sa group, baka kilala nila. Yan.
Pag may mga tatanggalin ako dahil hindi ko rin sila talaga kilala.
O pag mayroon, tanggalin natin para solid tayo.
Good afternoon po from Iram to
Ayan, sabi niya. Ayan.
Flores.
Mabayuan, senior high school siguro to.
Good afternoon po from Iram.
Si Ma'am Madria. Hi ma'am, good afternoon din po. Ayan. Si ma'am. Ayan. Hello. Marami pa rin hindi nag-accept
Hello
ng
po, good afternoon. Sino? Walang name. Ay, walang.
Oo nga, hindi niya na-accept yung blue button kanina. So, pag may ganyan later, sa question and answer, tatanong pa natin kung sino siya.
Pero nakikita ko yung pag mayroong blue button sa baba eh. Hindi nila siguro click.
Siguro first time kasi natin ginamit to sa sir, sa ganito. So, hindi pa masyado aware yung mga end user natin. Pero sa susunod siguro, ito na rin gagamitin natin. Alam na nila na dapat nilang i-click yung blue button para ma-recognize sila. Ibig sabihin kasi yung blue button na yon, ina-allow mo yung Facebook account mo na mag-post using StreamYard. So, yun. Kaya nakikita natin, halimbawa, itong ating PSDS na napakabait. Si Sir
Allen. Good afternoon, Sir Allen.
Mabait yan. Mabait yan. Pero mabait talaga yan. Inulit-ulit no? Yan. Inalaw niya kasi si YouTube na gamitin yung account niya para mag-post sa StreamYard. Kaya ayan. Magandang hapon sa iyo, Sir Allen. Then ito si Ma'am Demayo. Magandang hapon din po. Si Ma'am MLCF. Yan. Yan. Basta yun. Yan yung basa natin doon. Magandang hapon, Ma'am.
MLSF.
Oo. Sino pa ba? Si Ma'am Del. Hi, Ma'am. From New Kabalan. New Kabalan yan. Yan, sis. Yan. Ito, si
Ma'am Parne.
Ma'am Parne. Hi, Ma'am. Iram 2.
Iram
layo ni Ma'am. Nasa ba si Ma'am? Nasa school siya? Nasa bahay din? Nasa school siguro si Ma'am. Ay, nasa bahay yan.
Start tayo in 2 minutes.
Oo.
Tama ba, sir?
Oo, sir. Ano na lang. Actually, 1 minute na lang. Sino yung next speaker natin?
Si Sir Rick. Message ko.
Si Sir Rick, wala pa. Ay, andito na pala si Sir Rick. Standby si Sir Rick. So, asan na yung ginawa ko kanina dito? Natabunan na. Ayan. Okay, Sir Rick, standby. Sir Rick, standby po. Ayan, ang haba na. Sino pa yung balik tayo dito sa mga greetings natin. Si Ma'am Kalimbas, ano sabi niya? Good afternoon po. Ayan, sikat na tayo sir, may mention tayo.
Ganun ba? Ganun na.
Ang pangalan natin yan
Yun.
Ayan, si Ma'am, ito pa. Si Ma'am Melody. Sabi ni Ma'am Melody, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon din po, Ma'am. Ito, si Sir Ramil. Pa-shoutout po, District 2B. Yan, okay. Lahat po ng District 2B dyan, paki-type nyo number 2 para makita po namin kayo.
2B.
O, District 2B, pa-comment na
2B,
lang po
oo.
para makita kayo ni Sir Ramil na nandito kayo ngayon. Ito, si Ma'am Berame. Berame, yan. Hi, Ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Madami na, no? So, one, asan na si Sir Rick? Wala pa. Sir Rick, pa-open ang mic. Hi, come. Sir Rick, pa-open na po. Come. Ayun, okay na si Sir Rick. Andito na si Sir Rick siguro. So,
Start na tayo, 1 o'clock.
go na tayo. So, out na po ako. Ipapasok ko.
Thank you, Sir Art, sa assistance. So, I hope ready na ulit ang lahat para sa ating resumption ng ating orientation or presentations of or walkthrough ng ating indicators at saka MOVs for the assessment tool that we're going to use, or contextualized assessment tool that we're going to use on our online SBM validation. So our next speaker is our very own education program supervisor sa SGOD, a man of action and few words. Puro action yan si Sir. So to give us or to walk us through sa Principle 3. Inaabangan po ito ng lahat. Principle 3, yung ating pong accountability and continuous improvement. Let's have Sir Rick Ednabe. Sir?
Hello po, good afternoon. Clear ba yung sound ko, Sir Raymond?
Yes naman, sir.
Okay po. So, good afternoon. Pasensya na po at yung aking mukha hindi makita dahil nasa office din po ako ngayon. Ay may mga ibang mga taong pumupunta po dito. So, protection na rin sa kanila, protection din sa akin. So, Sir Raymond, shall we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, ikaw na mag-aana, ano?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, gaya ng dati, Principle 3, continuous improvement and accountability. So, simple lang naman po ang hinahanap dito. Pero, sa tingin ko, mahirap siyang gawin talaga. Kasi nga, continuous improvement. So, may mga bases po tayo, may mga data po tayo, mga hindi na achieve na dapat gawan ng plano at gawa ng action. So, first slide po.
Naka-share na. Saglit, sir, ha? Parang may issue ng share screen. Entire screen. Share.
Nakaano kasi ako.
Saglit, sir.
I-out muna kita saglit.
Sige.
Paalam na lang kayo.
Sandali lang daw po, may technical problem. I-out din ako ni Sir Art, sandali. Mahina daw yung boses eh. Napifilter yata ng
Sir Mon, ikaw muna mag-talk
Yes, sir.
saglit lang. Ayusin mo lang yung kay Sir Rick. Mahina yung ano niya.
Okay. May
Volume.
konting technical lang po.
Oo, sige, saglit lang.
So yan, naka-share. Although I'm going to share the slides. Sir, ayaw din atang pumasok ng slideshow ko.
Paki-connect na lang din, sir. Thank you. So live po tayo. Mayroon po tayong link na naka-share po sa ating group sa FB. You just have to click the link para maka-join po sa ating live presentation, orientation po ng ating first ever ng division, which is the online division SBM validation. So habang inaayos lang po saglit ni Sir Art, meron lang pong technical problem. So hindi rin ata nakikita yung aking pine-present. Sir Art, pa-check na rin.
Yan ang weakness niya. Okay na, Sermon?
Sir Rick, ang pala, maliwanag na po.
Okay na.
Opo. Pwede na po.
Thank you. So, Sermon, slide 1.
Si Sir Art po ang may control.
Okay. So, as usual, Principle 3, accountability and continuous improvement. Sabi ko nga kanina, ito po yung pinakamadaling gawin. Kasi nakikita natin kung ano yung mga plinano natin, mga targets natin, at once hindi po siya na-accomplish for the, sabihin natin, first quarter, so pwede siyang i-target, pwede siyang isama sa plano sa second quarter, mga ganun. So, madali lang siya. So, accountability and continuous improvement is a clear, transparent, inclusive, and responsive accountability system in place, collaboratively developed by the school community, which monitors performance and acts appropriately on gaps and gains. So sabi ko nga kanina, so kung may mga targets tayo na hindi na-perform for a specific period, so gagawa natin yon ng plano at ipi-perform po natin as much as possible. Kasi nga, hindi nga talaga maiwasan na may mga circumstansya na hindi talaga ma-achieve yung mga tinarget natin. So, pwede pa naman siyang i-achieve for the next period. So, some indicators. The first indicator, since this principle has only 5 indicators now. The first one, roles and responsibilities of accountable person. So, parati natin sinasabi to. Ito yung mga tao, no? Na mga may pananagutan sa pag-i-improve ng ating mga practices, ng ating kultura. Sabi nga ni Otto kanina, dapat makadevelop tayo ng culture sa eskwelahan. So, sino-sino po ba yon? So, it could be an individual or a group, no? So, mga clubs, committees, yan. So, for level 1, lahat naman nasa level 2 na, no? So, wala na yan. Hindi na natin yan i-check, no? But still, basahin ko lang, there is an active party, no? Mga tao, organizations, committee that initiates clarification of the roles and responsibilities in education delivery. So, interfacing collaboratively with curriculum improvement. So, ito yung mga tao behind the delivery of education. So, kailangan sa level 1, dapat 50% ay nagpa-participate na ng ating stakeholders. Pag level 2, since level 2 na kayong lahat, na tayong lahat, na-achieve na natin itong 51 to 80% ang na-engage na natin, no? Sa ating in clarifying and defining the specific roles and responsibilities. So, and then kung intention natin ngayon na mabot natin yung level 3, so ang ine-expect po natin sa bawat candidate for level 3 nitong indicator na to ay dapat 81 to 100% ng stakeholders. Pag sinabing stakeholders, both the internal and the external stakeholders na na-involve natin. So, mahirap i-measure yung external pero at least mayroon kayong target na stakeholders, external stakeholders na masasabi natin kung ilang percent po ang nakakapag-participate. Ano? Yung internal, madali lang yun. The teachers, the students, and the parents. Pero yung external na tinutukoy dito, yung mga partners po natin like the NGOs and the GOs na tinarget natin. So, once yan nakapag-participate lahat, wow, level 3. Next, sir. So, ito yung indicator 2. Achievement of goals is recognized based on a collaboratively developed performance accountability system. So, system, no? Gaps are addressed through appropriate action. So pag sinabi nating sistema, of course, nandyan yung struktura, no? Nandyan yung mga in place na mga paraan, mga criteria, etc., no? For level 1 indicators, performance accountability is practiced at the school level with 50% gaps addressed. So, paano natin ma-determine itong mga gaps na to? Sabi ko nga, mayroon tayong tinarget doon sa ating AIP, di ba? Yung Annual Implementation Plan. Nandun yun. Once na, halimbawa, first quarter, tinarget ko ay ganito. At ang na-achieve ko lang ay 50%. And then, na-address ko pa uli yung another 50%. Kasi 50% nga lang, no? So, level 1 lang ako. Pero alam ko naman na nalampasan na natin ito. So, let's go to level 2, no? A community-level accountability system is evolving from school-led initiatives. So, with 51 to 80% gaps addressed. So makikita natin, malilinawan natin yan mamaya pag pumunta tayo doon sa ating mga MOVs, no? And then pag level 3, a community accepted performance accountability recognition and incentive system is being practiced with 81 to 100% gaps addressed. So for the last how many years, ito yung medyo hinahanap natin na dapat in place yung ating sistema. So makikita natin mamaya ano yung mga magsasabi na in place nga ang system through the MOVs na hinihingi. So level 3, the accountability system is owned by the community and is continuously enhanced to ensure that management structures and mechanisms are responsive to the emerging learning needs and demands of the community. So dito makikita yung mga plans, mga strategies, mga activities na kung saan ay mag-a-address ng mga needs, mga gaps, mga demands para doon sa delivery ng ating education. Of course, lahat ng tinutumbok naman natin dito is delivery, you know. So, kung sa level 1, the school articulates the accountability assessment framework with basic components, including implementation guidelines to the stakeholders. 50% lang ang inihingi niyan, ano? Na i-communicate natin, na i-present natin at nagagawa natin para sa ating mga stakeholders. And then kapag level 2 naman, meron tayong 51 to 80% of stakeholders are engaged, na i-engage natin, na isasama natin sila sa pagpaplano, sa mga activities, yung mga stakeholders na tinukoy ko kanina, both internal and external, no? External are those targeted NGOs or groups or GOs, no? So sa ating operation. And then sa level 3, school community stakeholders 81 to 100% are continuously and collaboratively review and enhance accountability systems, processes, mechanisms, and tools. So again, itong principle na to, parate ang mga keywords dito ay continuous, collaborative, mga gano'n, no? Accountability. So, parating yan po ang hinahanap-hanap dyan. So, indicator 4, accountability assessment criteria and tools, feedback mechanisms, and information collection and validation techniques and processes are inclusive and collaboratively developed and agreed upon. So for the past years, yung hinahanap natin dito ay mayroon ba tayong feedback mechanism? Mayroon ba tayong mga surveys, mga tools na sinasagutan ng ating mga clients? Parang yung nakikita nyo pag pumupunta kayo dito sa division office, mayroon tayong, pag nandun pa lang kayo sa may triage, ay pinapa-accomplish na sa inyo. No, kung yung mga pumupunta dito, na pinapa-accomplish na yung feedback form, na yung survey. Kung kayo ay nasa-satisfy, kung naibigay lahat ng serbisyong inyong hinihingi mula sa amin. So, dito, dapat makagawa tayo nito, no, sa school level, involving or engaging all the stakeholders. Kasama po sila dyan. Kasi, syempre, malaman natin ano yung mga gusto nilang serbisyo na maibigay ng eskwelahan. So, dapat talaga isama sila. Kung level 1, 50% lang ang naisama na involved natin. Again, for 51 to 80% stakeholders na engaged, level 2. Pag 81 to 100 na stakeholders na continuously and collaboratively reviewing and enhancing accountability systems, so level 3 yon. Continuously and collaboratively. So malinaw po yung mga malalaking salita na yan. So So for indicator 5, ito yon. Participatory assessment of performance is done regularly with the community. Again, nandiyan na naman yung collaboration. Regularly, continuously, no? Nandiyan yan, no? Assessment results and lessons learned serve a basis for feedback, technical assistance, recognition, and plan adjustment. So, ang dami, no? Ang dami nating dapat na ano dito. Again, ulitin ko. Yung results and lessons learned serve as basis for feedback, technical assistance, recognition, and plan adjustment. Again, kasama dito ang the whole community po dyan. No? For level 1, the school initiates periodic performance assessment with the participation of 50% stakeholders. Participation of stakeholders, at least 50%, periodic performance assessment. Mamaya makikita natin kasama na SMEA dyan. No? Siyempre, may measure natin yung ating plinano na AIP. No? So, for level 2, collaboratively conduct of performance assessment informs plan adjustments and requirements for technical assistance with 51 to 80% stakeholders. So, kung ano man po yung ating mga gustong ma-measure, gustong ma-assess, of course, particularly yung AIP natin, so, isama natin dyan sa pag-a-assess na yan, pag-evaluate na yan, yung ating 51 to 80% na stakeholders at sa pag-a-adjust at sa pagsisik kung meron man ng technical assistance. But I'm sure meron. Of course, parating meron yan kasi nga continuous improvement ay. So, for level 3, gusto nating maging level 3, school community, buo. Develop performance assessment is practiced and is the basis for improving monitoring and evaluation system, providing technical assistance, and recognizing and refining plans with 81 to 100% participation of our stakeholders. So ito, tingnan natin yung mga mode of verifications. Yan, for indicator 1, ito yung hahanapin natin. SMEA committee. Of course, lahat tayo mayroon yan. Dito sa division office, may DMEA committee headed by Sir Raymond. No? Siya yung coordinator, focal person ng DMEA. So, andun niya yan. So, sa school, dapat mayroon din yan. No? Ano bang mini-measure ng SMEA na to? Of course, sabi ko nga kanina, yung ating mga plinano for a specific period. So, SMEA meeting with the school memorandum. Dito tayo nagkukulang paminsan. Nag-conduct ng meeting, wala namang memorandum. Siguro, boka-boka lang. Pero dapat, ang laman po ng memorandum ay specific din. Kung ano yung mga agenda sa meeting ng SMEA. Minsan kasi nakikita natin na mga school memorandum na ipipresent sa atin, ay principle 3 nga tayo, ay mga school memorandum on other activities. So, hindi natin iyon talaga sasama. No? And then minutes of meeting, kung again, yung minutes na nag-transpire doon sa specific na SMEA meeting na yan. So, ano lang yan consistency, no? Mayroong committee, mayroong meeting ang committee. Of course, bago mag-meeting, mayroong memorandum, and then recorded yung minutes. And then kung ano man yung mga activities na plinano sa meeting na yon, so meron tayong ACR, yung accomplishment report. No? And then, mayroong plano, yung SMEA din. Ito yung mga sinasabi ko kanina, di ba? May mga gaps na yan doon sa ating AIP. So, mayroong SMEA plan, mayroong mga interventions na gagawin. So, SMEA plan, dapat ito ay naka-schedule quarterly, no? Quarterly reporting with the stakeholders. And then, dissemination report relative to SMEA results. So, hanapin natin yung mga yan. Anong evidences meron kayo sa pag-disseminate ng result ng SMEA. And then, quarterly or semestral SMEA results, meron din yan. Hanapin natin yan. Then, report on mid-year assessment and year-end performance. So, malinaw, no? Yan, yung, at saka yung wins. So, meron tayong technical working group on this program, particular on wins, no? So, for indicator 2, ito yung mga accountable no? Person or organizations or teams or committees. Meron tayo dapat na MPTA. Ito po yung school, no? School PTA natin. Kalahatan, hindi po ito yung classroom kundi yung kabuuan. So under DO 54 series 2009 or DO 67 series 2009. Meron tayong school governing council. Ito yung kasama ng ating mga planners sa pagka-craft ng mga plano, no? Ng ating eskwelahan. So, malinaw naman yan kung anong composition ng school governing council natin. Aside from the PTA, mayroon tayong school governing council. Si PTA kasi it's more on executive kasi siya role. Ito naman si governing council, sila yung planning, no? And then we have the student of supreme government for high school, and then meron tayo sa elementary, which is SPG, no? Supreme Pupil Government, under DM4 Series 2012. Bakit po mini-mention yung mga DepEd orders or mga DepEd memoranda na to? Kasi po dapat ay naka-align po ang pag-perform, lahat po ng functions ng mga organizations na to under these legal basis na to. So hindi tayo pwedeng humiwalay sa mga guidelines provided by this legal basis. So meron tayong finance team. Of course, kasama nyo na dyan yung mga ADAS ninyo, no? Yung mga AO2 ninyo kung mayroon na deploy sa inyo. Or mga designated finance team kasi nagmamanage na rin po tayo ng ating resources, financial resources. So, school planning team, ito yung magko-collaborate with the SGC and other group ng ating communities. Now, of course, kasi doon sa kanina, hinihingi at least 50% level 1, 80% level 2, and then 100% pag level 3. So, lahat po ng mga nasa ating lahat ng stakeholders targeted na, of course, ay dapat na-involve natin kung talagang gusto nating ma-elevate ang ating level of practice to level 3. So, may SMEA team, may grievance committee, may faculty club, may homeroom PTA, ba yung MPTA kanina, SBM team, CPP, Child Protection, Policy Committee, the Quality Assurance Team for School LRMD, and Organized School Quality Management System. So, nakalagay po ito, yung kanilang so may plan tayo, of course may structure tayo, and of course their responsibilities, their roles, bilang kung ano man ang kung ano position nila sa mga ano na to, no? Nabanggit na mga organizations, teams, or committees. So next po. So marami pa no na tayong hanapin ng mga organizations na hindi nabanggit. Malay natin, mayroon po kayong mga na-create na mga organizations na nakakatulong po no sa ating pagpaplano and the whole as a whole ay operations ng school. So isasama po natin 'yan na hindi nabanggit. And then attachments are but not limited to structures or charts, no? Dapat meron 'yan. Constitution and bylaws, and then terms of reference or their roles and responsibilities na binabanggit ko kanina. Designation, appointment. So nagsasubmit po kayo ng mga appointments ng ating mga focal persons, mga committees dito sa DO na ninonote ng ating superintendent or ng ating assistant superintendent. So, maaaring makita po natin yon sa inyong mga attachments, no? Oath of office, invitation letter, school memorandum, specific for the creation of mga committees, mga organizations or clubs, and then minutes of the meeting ng bawat clubs, list of project proposals from Principal 1, dami, no? And then some accomplishment report. So, enhanced school process. So, yung quality management system like in enrollment, module, distribution, and retrieval. So, hahanapin natin yung mga yan na dapat nag-i-evolve yan, no? Kasi nga, continuous improvement eh. So, kung ano yung mga nakitang mga kakulangan doon sa halimbawa first quarter, ay nag-i-improve po siya. Sabi nga, nagka-kaizen, no? Betterer. Every quarter, every period, betterer ang performance. So, mayroong kaizening na nangyayari. So, sa feedback mechanism, ayan, feedback from stakeholders regarding school policies. So, dapat may mga suggested sila, paano kung ano yung mga policies natin, and then kung paano po ito ma-improve. So, last time tumitingin kami, so mayroon pong mga feedback sa classroom, nakikita po natin, pero ngayon siguro mas maganda na dahil mas may ayos po nating mabuti na kung nabe-benchmark po ninyo yung ating sinabi ko kanina dito sa division, at mayroon pong dinownload na mga para siyang tool po, no, na pwede rin natin siyang i-contextualize, localize po sa ating school level. Kung wala pa po kayo, hiram po kayo dito sa amin, mabibigyan po namin kayo ng mga feedback tools na to. Pero dapat contextualize po para at least makater po natin kung ano po ang gustong mangyari at gustong mailagay po ng ating mga clients, no? Last time naghanap tayo ng suggestion box, clients satisfaction survey, checklist form, survey questionnaire, tracer, study tool, text brigade. Lahat po ito, mga pinaghahanap natin ito ay more talaga doon sa mga satisfaction na nakukuha ng ating mga clients, ng ating mga magulang sa mga services na binibigay po natin. Including po siguro ng mga nangyayari sa classroom. Kung ako si teacher, ay siguro magkakaroon ako ng survey questionnaire na ibibigay ko sa mga bata, sa mga parents on my relationship with the students, doon sa mga deliveries ko. So magaganda makita po yung mga practices na yan, no? So summary of suggestions and actions taken. Dito po sa division office, kung nasubukan na po ninyo mag-attend at last time ng ating face-to-face na flag ceremony, every flag ceremony activity po ay binabasa po ni Ma'am Gina Bugay lahat po ng mga, para as a summary po, ay pinipresent po niya sa body, no? Kung ano po yung mga naging feedback ng mga clients for the last week. So, yan po magandang makita natin. Paano natin iyan na i-summarize at kung paano na i-communicate sa ating mga stakeholders, lalo sa ating mga service providers na mga teachers natin na may mga ganitong mga comments, suggestions para ma-improve po yung ating performance, no? So, meron din tayong survey results, analysis, and intervention. Napaka-importante yung analysis and intervention. Kasi baliwala po yung ating pagsisurvey kung hindi naman natin ina-analyze and pinagpaplanuhan kung paano ito ma-improve, kung paano mawala yung mga negative impressions, no? At mapalitan ng positive impressions na yan. So, yun po. Sabi nga, if public service, si public trust, so lahat po dapat ng ating mga kliyente ay dapat hindi lang natin sila nasa-satisfy, pagkos ay na delight pa natin sila sa pamamagitan ng ating mga services na ino-offer. So, yes sir, next po. So, on indicator 4, so ito yung mga stakeholders recognition. Ito yung hinahanap ko parate, no? Na institutionalized siya, no? Mayroon tayong incentive system in place para sa ating mga estudyante, para sa ating mga kaguruan, para sa ating parents, and of course, para din sa ating later on. Sige, unahin ko muna yung learners, no? Dapat may nandun sa ating system, sa ating and then yung criteria. In place po yan. Last, yung mga previous years po kasi, pag hinanap po itong recognition ay binibigay sa atin yung mga certificate na ng mga nanalo. Hindi po yun, ha? Though, that adds. Kasi, siyempre, hanapin natin doon sa ACR yun, sa activity, awarding activity. Pero ang unang-unang hinahanap po natin is the system. Criteria, mayroong school memorandum na kung saan nag-a-announce po tayo ng parang search or parang activity, kakonduct tayo ng activity for the search for outstanding ganito, etc., etc., no? And then, quarterly learners recognition. So, ito yung sa academic na. So, dapat meron tayong system. Though, meron na tayong DepEd orders para dyan. Hindi na wala nang ganong problema. Then, list of awardees, sample certificates, pictorials. So, yun po yun. So, for learners, for teachers, for parents. So, may ACR din, ha, on the awarding activity. Sa ating external stakeholders, so sabi ko nga kanina, may mga partners kasi tayo, mga GOs and GOs, dapat din nare-recognize po natin sila, no? Para at least pangkamon, and of course, parang utang na loob din sa kanila, no? In-acknowledge natin ang kanilang mga tulong sa atin, no? And then mayroon tayong accomplishment report doon sa convergence, kung ito ay ginawa face-to-face, kung ito ay sponsor ng ating PTA, no? Na parang General Assembly, mga ganon. Then list of awardees, sample certificate, pictorials, and then of course, kung paano tayo naka-arrive doon sa mga awardees. So again, criteria or rubric, no? In selecting our awardees. So system ang tinutukoy dyan, ano? Then awards received by the students, pupils, and the school across governance levels. So, mayroong division, mayroong regional, mayroong national, mayroong international. So, marami yan, no? Lalo yung mga performing schools natin. And, sabagay, hindi lang naman academic, kundi other activities po, other competitions na kung saan ay sumasali yung ating eskwelahan, isama po natin dito mga list of awards, mga sample certificates, and again, pictorials. So next, sir. Ito po yung last. Ang dali naman nito, no? School performance and accomplishments. Of course, hanapin natin ang school report card. Alam naman ng ating mga school heads kung ano po ang laman ng school report card natin. Ang scenario, yung ating current situation, ano yung mga na-accomplish, and then ano pa, magandang isapot, ilagay natin dito kung saan pa ang gusto kong maabot at kung paano ako aabot sa ganitong. So I mean, may target pa uli, no, for that school report card for the following school year. Para again, kasi improvement po ito, CI. Continuous improvement. Dapat makikita natin yan. And then yung state of the school address ni ma'am. So, yan po, magkasama po halos yan. Kung gusto nating isama yung barangay, no? Barangay address na kung saan ay naandun kung paano nakipag-engage yung inyong eskwelahan at kung ano ang mga collaborative activities and kung ano man ang naitulong po sa ating eskwelahan ng barangay na yon. So, yun po yung hinahanap natin kasi nga engagement of stakeholders or the whole community kasi yan. So far, yun lang. See you. And again, kung may tanong po,
Later.
ay entertain po natin later on.
Yes.
So, thank you very much and God bless po.
Thank you, Sir Rick, sa valuable information, valuable input. Hope makatulong ng malaki sa mga schools in preparation for Principal 3. So, yung sa mga bago pong naka-join sa ating stream, so ito po ay live ngayon via YouTube sa atin lang. Actually, exclusive din po sa atin. So, magandang hapon po sa lahat. Welcome po sa ating online division orientation on school-based management validation. So, ready na po ba si Ma'am Mitch? Nandiyan na si Ma'am Mitch. Our next presenter is our SDO accountant, none other than Ma'am Mitch Ansarte, to walk us through doon po sa ating Principle 4, which is yung management and resources. So, without further ado, let's welcome, magbigyan po natin siya ng virtual club. Let's have Ma'am Michelle Ansarte. Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Good afternoon po, sir. Is the audio clear po? Audio? Okay. Wala kang audio. Hello? Wait lang. This sound?
Si Sir Art atang wala. Nandiyan ba si Sir Art?
Palipat ko lang yung mic kay ma'am. Mahina siya.
Sige.
Yun, sandali na lang yan.
May technical ulit tayo.
Sige sir. Thank you.
Sige po. For the information pala ng everybody, habang naghihintay tayo, itong mga slides ng presentations ng ating mga speakers, isi-send ko po sa group chat. Actually, nakapag-send na ako kanina ng 3 presentation, yung ating legal basis, Principle 1 at Principle 2. Itong 3, 4 at saka yung scoring at saka computation, i-upload ko po mamaya pagkatapos po ng presentation, para magamit niyo po sa preparation ng inyong documents
para po sa ating online validation. Ready na ba, Sir Art? Ayan, ready na ata.
Wala pa sir, inaayos pa, saglit lang.
Sige. Oo nga, baliktad. Thank you, Ma'am Pamel, sa pag-correct. Yan.
Hello, Ma'am Michelle, okay na?
Ma'am Mitch, ready na daw? Ma'am Mitch?
Yan, may nice pa. Konti na lang. Sensya na po.
Sige.
Hello?
Mic
Hello?
check. Ayan.
Okay na po? Audio
Yes.
clear na po?
Audio. Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay.
Yan, okay na.
Good afternoon po. I believe nandito na po tayo sa last na principle, which is the management and resources. So, yun po, it comprises of 15% ng SBM valuation. But then again, regardless of the percentage, this principle is of equal importance. So, management resources, ang goal natin here, for the resources to be collectively and judiciously mobilized and managed with transparency, effectiveness, and efficiency. So, when it comes to transparency kasi, ang question dito, is there an existing report na i-communicate ba ito sa mga users of information natin? Sino-sino ba ang users of information natin? Ang users of information natin can be classified into two. It's either internal or external. Internal po, as mentioned din kanina, idagdag ko lang, kasali dito si school po mismo. Kasi with the reports generated, for example, for a certain period, for the first quarter, that certain report would be crucial in the decision-making processes and pati sa planning niya for the succeeding quarter, di ba? So, since nakuha na natin yung data na nag-transpire na pwede rin siyang makatulong doon sa pagpaplano natin for the next couple of periods. Another thing dun sa internal natin na user is si management. Of course, lagi po nating tatandaan that the school belongs to the division office. Isang division po tayo. So, mahalaga na rin po na informed din kami through reports, ganyan. Most importantly, yung sa mga liquidations natin, since we are handling the government's funds. So tayo po kasi, bilang government officials, inatasan po tayo na maging custodians ng pondo ng bayan. So dapat maging careful din po tayo when it comes to documentation, as this will be used as the basis or evidence doon sa pag-utilize natin sa kanya. Next is external, yung mga clients natin, parents, students, donors, and partners. So kung sakali mang naging transparent tayo sa kanila, it will encourage more donors and partners to help us in improving the school, ganyan, kung may mga certain programs tayo na hindi natin magastos to the MOE, since, di ba, as we all know that ang hirap-hirap po talagang gumastos sa government. Ang dami pong ties, ang daming guidelines. So, kapag donations kasi medyo free, no? But of course, hindi naman dapat mag-depart sa mga guidelines pa din. Pero at least, medyo free since the donor is given the privilege to decide with what to do with the fund. So kung sakaling maging transparent tayo, ma-appreciate po yan ng mga donors natin and partners na nakikita nila na yung pondo ay napupunta po talaga sa improvement ng school. Next thing is yung LGU is another user of information. LGU, the barangays, the city government, and also the COA, BIR, the DBM, and other government regulatory agencies. So, sa effectiveness naman and efficiency, more on ano naman to maximizing the resources we have. So, paano ba natin ginagastos? Nasusulit ba natin yung perang nilalabas natin? Yung outflow ba is equal to the inflow of the school? And doon sa efficiency, well, results-based po yun. So, yun lang po. Then, sige po, i-proceed na natin doon sa indicators. So, for the first indicator is regular resource inventory is collaboratively undertaken by learning managers, learning facilitators, and community stakeholders as basis for resource allocation and mobilization. So, dito po is focused on identifying our resources. Bali, nasa planning stage po tayo dito sa part na to. Ano bang, ito yung mini-measure niya dito, yung in the planning stage on how we identify our resources. Possible resources natin, of course, is yung available na. The available resources is from our GAA. Yun po yung MOOE. So, previous years pa lang, a year before pa lang, nagkakaroon na tayo ng glimpse kung magkano yung MOOE na darating sa atin for the coming year. So, yun yung available natin. And also for another example ng available nating resources is yung mga on-hand natin. On-hand is yung mga funds, revolving funds ng canteen. I'm not sure on how, paano ang exact accounting nila for that, but I know that the canteen funds are revolving funds. So that is one of the example of the available resources na readily identified. Ang susunod naman is yung expected nating resources. Yan po yung mga pledged and to be received na donations, ganyan. So dito, it is crucial po na malaman muna natin kung ano yung mga resources na meron tayo. So in this indicator, so for example dito sa level 1, 50% of the stakeholders are aware that a regular resource inventory is available and is used as the basis for resource allocation and mobilization. So dito sa level 1 na to, alam natin na meron tayong resources. Awareness pa lang tong si level 1. Dito naman sa level 2, resource inventory is characterized by regularity with 51 to 80% of participation of stakeholders and communicated to the community the basis for resource allocation and mobilization. Halos same lang sila ni level 3. But when it comes to percentage, si level 3, 81 to 100. So dito naman sa 2 and 3 na to, may collaboration na pong nagaganap. Sa una, awareness lang. So siguro ang awareness lang dyan is may report lang siya. And then dito sa 2 and 3, gaano sila nakaka-influence doon sa magiging resources nila, especially doon sa mga expected for donations, ganyan. Kasi kung sasabihin natin na the school cannot force someone to donate, totoo naman. So pag ganon, walang donation talaga, awareness lang, I guess level 1 lang yon. But kung talagang kung meron man na donate or na pledge, hindi naman kasi siya requirement. However, kung naisasama din natin siya sa mga plans natin doon sa, for example, sa work and financial plan, makikita na po doon kung yung participation ng external nating mga resources. Kasi pag nagsasubmit sa amin ng work and financial plan, may mga samples kami nakukuha sa mga schools na nakalagay na rin pati yung other funds. For example, yung canteen, nakalagay na rin yung donations. Actually, nabilib nga ako dun sa iba na napo-foresee agad nila for the next couple of months or so. Meron na po silang napo-project doon, na-identify na po nila agad. Unlike hindi naman sa sa ibang report na talagang strict lang doon sa MOE. Pero at least nakikita ko po yung resourcefulness nila on how to identify more resources. Ayun po. Next po dun sa number 2. Sa number 2 po. Nasa planning stage pa rin po pagdating sa number 2. So this is a regular dialogue for planning and resource. Ano nga yung bintana? A regular dialogue for planning and resource programming that is accessible and inclusive, continuously engage stakeholders, and support implementation, community, and education plans. Ano ba to? So dito, in this particular indicator, nandito na po yung mga brainstorming on how to utilize our resources. Anong klaseng approach ang ginagawa ng school? In my experience po kasi, in one of the schools before, nung ADAS ako, meron akong, yung principal ko noon, before ng reporting ng accounting sa DBM ng cash for the next year, nagkakaroon po kami ng meeting. Lahat po ng key unit heads, section heads, kasama po doon sa meeting. And nagbe-brainstorming po kami kung anong gagawin po doon sa pondo for the next year. Which is good po kasi nagkakaroon po ng teamwork. Kasi kung each unit will be given a chance to be heard, bali matutulungan po si head na magplano kung saan dadalhin yung pondo. Andoon na din yung prioritization of the needs of the school. So, maganda rin po sana yon, and siguro ang isa pang bagay na dapat ma-improve doon is yung sa side ng mga parents na rin. If meron kayong natatanggap na feedback, like for example, yung comfort rooms hindi na aayos. So dito, paano ba tayo nagkakaroon ng ano ang proof natin na nagbe-brainstorming tayo, na pinag-uusapan natin kung anong gagawin? Meron bang planning? May planning ba talagang nangyayari? Kasi in some of my experiences, pananghingi ako ng plano ng school for the year, minsan divided by 12, hindi siya naka-program based doon sa actual need ng school. Kasi may mga months tayo na medyo slow, walang masyadong gastusin, ganyan. Masasayang yung pera, natutulog. So, kung ipo-program natin ng tama yun, yung school sana na mas nangangailangan, doon po namin na-allocate yung cash. Ayun po. Kaya sana kung pag may nakita po kami sa finance team, pagdating dito sa magiging assessment namin na proof, which will be discussed later on doon sa mga MOVs, na merong participation po for the internal users of information as well as the external, including the stakeholders. Sa amin po, that will garner a high point po sa amin. Ayun po. So for level 1, so 50% participation ng stakeholders. When it comes to the development of educational plan in the resource programming and in the implementation of the educational plan. Level 2 is 51%, and then 51% to 80%, and then level 3 is 81 to 100. So dito, na-ensure that there is a timely and need-based planning. So as I mentioned earlier, is an example po. So mas magandang napagpaplanuhan na po natin as early as, let's say, last month of the third quarter of the year para sa next year. Yung tawag dito, yung mga projects na gusto natin i-tackle for the next year para hindi po tayo nabibigla. Pag binigyan kayo ng extra cash, meron kayo agad na naka-reserve ang proyekto para pagdating ng implementation, procurement process na po agad. Hindi na po tayo mahihirapan na mag-go through ng paggawa ng proposal kasi nagpaplano po tayo, dapat meron tayong identified projects. Hindi yung mag-aalat lang tayo ng 50 mil dito 20 mil. Di ba mas maganda po kung kada allotment natin ng ganun, meron na po siyang mga sub-details for Ito pong number 2 is I really appreciate this indicator. So kung may makita po talaga kaming ganyang proof, as will be discussed later sa MOVs, mag-garner po talaga ng higher points. Next po, number 3. In the number 3 po na indicator, In a place is a community-developed resource management system that drives appropriate behaviors of the stakeholders to ensure judicious, appropriate, and effective use of resources. So sa atin naman po, by the way, this is execution phase na po. Execution phase na po na tayo. Kanina nasa planning. So, in executing or utilizing of funds, wala naman po tayong magiging problema dito sa mga ano tawag dito? Itong mga resource management system as we are properly guided with COA guidelines, DepEd orders, DepEd memos, division memos, regional memos, properly guided po tayo. Ang sinusukat po dito naman sa number 3 is yung compliance natin sa mga guidelines na na-set forth. Kasi wala na po tayong problema dito sa 3 Execution lang talaga. Kasi meron na tayong mga criterias, requirements, mga prerequisites, susundin na lang po natin. And in this case, documented naman po siya. It might not be documentation coming from the school kasi pwede pong galing din to sa DO So, magandang example po dito is yung sa mga AOMs. Diba? Hindi naman required na meron kayong documentation na wala kayong na-receive na AOM. Kasi, anong ifa-file kung walang na-receive na AOM? Just because walang file, wala nang means of verification. Meron po yun. Nasa sa amin. Okay? So, in level 1, indicator 50% of stakeholders support judicious, appropriate, and effective use of resources. So, yun nga po, 50% percentage lang naman to. Then level 2, 51 to 80% engage in share expertise in collaborative development of resource management system. 81 to 100% for level 3, sustain the implementation and improvement of a collaboratively developed, periodically adjusted, and constituent-focused resource management system. Okay na po yan. Next po. So, still at execution and review. So, regular monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of processes of resource management are collaboratively developed and implemented by the learning managers, facilitators, and community stakeholders. So, dito po, more on follow-through na po tayo nung execution phase natin, no? And in this particular indicator, makikita na din yung magiging output or result nung execution natin. So, for level 1 indicator, 50% of stakeholders are invited to participate in the development and implementation of monitoring, evaluation, and reporting processes on a resource management system. Hello, yun po. So, in this case naman po, kasama din yung participation talaga. Meron kasi tayong instances na kapag gumawa ka ng proposal mo, pag na-approve na siya, pinasa mo na doon sa, let's say, sa supply nyo or sa property custodian. Hanggang doon na lang po ba siya? Dapat po may follow-through din yung proponent. Dapat meron tayong dito initiative to see how things are going. Kung nagbe-bear fruit po ba yung proposal natin after niya ma-approve. Kasi pag approve na po yun, mawawalan na po ba tayo ng mag-i-stop na po ba yung natin doon, yung care. So dapat meron pa ding involvement or malasakit doon sa project na ginagawa. So, for 50% po, 50% lang ng makikita po dito, halata naman po dito sa level 4, yung isang example dyan is yung mga timelines. Kung makikita po natin na yung, for example, liquidation report niya, mapapansin po doon yung mga dates. Yung mga dates halatang ngayon lang ginawa or ni-reconstruct lang. Ni-reconstruct lang today. Parang it's like a one-man team lang. Isa na lang gumagawa ng lahat. And wala pong involvement yung iba. So, pasa mo to, bahala ka na. Malalaman po yun. Nakikita naman po yun sa liquidation reports eh. And kung mabilis din po yung submission, kung timely, halata pong merong teamwork na nangyari. Kasi, pag mas maraming tumatrabaho, mas umiiksi yung lead time natin when it comes to the processes. Yan po. So, percentage again, 50% kapag level 1, 2, 51 to 80%, 3, 81 to 100%. So, in 3, yung 100% that stakeholders are engaged, held accountable, and implement a collaboratively developed a system of monitoring, evaluation, and reporting resource management. Number 5 po, sir. So, number 5. There is a system that manages the network and linkages which strengthen and sustain partnership for improving resource management. So, here, kasama na dito is yung feedback na na-mention ni sir. Kasama na din dito yung mga suggestions and inputs given to us by our school. Kasama yung sa SOB later on. Makikita rin po yan. So for level 1, an engagement procedure to identify and utilize partnership with 50% stakeholders for improving resource management is evident. So dito po, after execution, meron pa rin po tayong ways kung paano ma-identify yung mga naging certain mga na-identified lapses natin na pwede pang i-improve. So sa level 2, 51 to 80%, ganun din po. And then level 3, meron na pong established talaga na system na mine-maintain yung school pagdating sa continuous improvement ng resource management. Okay, next na po, sir. I think MOVs na po. So, means of verification. So, more on documentation naman po to. And since yearly naman po to sinasubmit, merong monthly, may yearly, may quarterly, I guess everyone documented naman to for most of us, no? So, number 1 is the approved work and financial plan. So, ang MOV natin is the WFD itself, school memorandums, minutes of the meeting, attendance, and pictures. Ito po yung, ang school memorandum na mentioned dito is relating to the construction of your WFP. So, nagmi-meeting po ba kayo when it comes to that? Or may isang tao lang na gumagawa? Or meron po bang attached na proposal ni ganito, mga request ni ganito, PR ni ganyan, purchase request niya, mga job request niya, for example, dun sa repairs. Yun po yung magiging proof niya na yung school memorandum, if meron. Kung walang school memorandum, biglang nagkaroon ng emergency meeting, well, minutes of the meeting would suffice. As long as may, may attendance and pictures. Opo. The next po. School operating budget. So, pwede naman na pong pagsamahin yun, no, yung school memorandum for WFP and SOB. Kasi, usually, ginagawa natin yan ng sabay. Kasi dapat po, the budget would be the same with our plans. Ang paplanuhin lang natin is yung kaya lang natin gastusin. So, same thing po, minutes of the meeting, attendance and pictures. Next po. For social mobilization and networking, so for Brigada Eskwela report, acknowledgement receipt, delivery receipt, proof na na-deliver na. Yung acknowledgement and delivery receipt dapat parehas po yan, no? Yung content parehas. So pledges, deeds of donations, MOA and MOU. Okay, the next is records of donations with pictures. So we have to be very careful with donations. Yan po yung dapat na properly documented kasi minsan syempre dumediretso na lang siya si yung partner natin na magbigay ng donations. So kung cash po yan, kung cash po yung donation na yan, in the school level po, wala pong capacity ang any personnel to receive cash sa school. So medyo risky po yung sa cash na donations. Since wala pong capacity na mag-receive ang school personnel, the donation should be surrendered to our division cashier. Kasi kapag naka-receive po tayo ng cash for donation, meron po kasi dapat yan na OR, official receipt. And ang meron lang po sa ating receipt is yung division cashier. When it comes to naman po, implementing units, magkaiba naman po yan. Kasi si implementing unit po, meron po siyang disbursing officer na item po talaga na disbursing officer. Yung ADAS 2 nila doon, meron po silang sariling resibo. So pwede po sila. Just be careful lang din po when it comes to donations. Have it include in the deed next time lang po. Kasi sa ngayon okay na muna yung normal nating practice. But for next time po, pag-receipt ng cash donations, please have it included in the deed yung purpose nung donation. Para saan gagamitin. Kasi kapag nag-donate po sila ng walang specific purpose, automatic po sa Bureau of Treasury na po yan papasok. Hindi po natin siya pwedeng gamitin. So yun po. When it comes to things naman po, in-kind, donations, okay lang naman po yan. Basta ma-inform lang din po yung mga ADASes nyo kung para dun sa tamang accounting treatment. Depende po kasi yan kung saan do-donate, kung sa PTA, kung canteen use ba, or for in general school use. Pag school use po kasi dapat nakalibro po sa atin yan. Pero kung mga expendable items naman po yan at minimal na, mahalaga lang po is properly accounted for ng property custodian natin. Next po is yung inventory of projects given by stakeholders. As I've mentioned, yung mga stakeholders, maganda rin po sana nakalagay din yung completion. Kunyari, ilang percent na ba ng completion yung mga projects natin, kumpleto na ba yan, and ilan ba yung mga projects na yan na nagawa ng na binigay ng stakeholders for the school. Next is percentage of final contribution from stakeholders and other partners. So, halos allocation lang to kung saan napunta. Next is financial report of school PPAs. Financial report, medyo malawak po to. Iba-ibang klase. So, depending on the school PPAs, iba po yung sa canteen, iba po yung sa MOE, iba po yung sa feeding. So, for every PPA, meron pong financial report na nakasama dyan. Next is the state of barangay address, barangay development plan, and barangay IRA. Kasama na din yung report on barangay assistance to school. Ito po is, I think, is collaboration lang with the barangay. And if ini-include lang naman kayo doon sa, or meron silang i-aalat for you doon sa internal revenue na na-receive nila, if included in your school, you please have have these documents stored or safe kept sa office nyo. Kasi maganda rin po yung properly accounted for yung mga nare-receive din natin from other sources. Next is innovations for collective and judicious utilization and transparent, effective, efficient resources management system. So ito lang po yung mga innovations natin kung I guess plus factor po to. Pag meron po kayong mga na-come up with ideas, tas in-implement nyo, which in turn effective naman, and maganda rin po naka-document yun, and kung pwede, ma-benchmark din ng ibang school, why not? Next po. So, sa school finance. So, liquidation report. Siguro dito sa liquidation report po, kung MOE lang naman po ang usapan, hindi na po ako magpapasubmit ng siguro I'll give a more detailed discussion on this dun sa mga ADAS when it comes to the liquidation report para ma-assist po yung mga schools kasi makapal po itong liquidation report, 12 po ito, tapos makapal. Tapos minsan kapag multiple downloadings, kunyari dalawa in a month, dalawa din yung liquidation. So dito po, kaya naman na po namin na masilip yung records namin dito. But if you want to for SBM purposes po, pwede na po yung certification na binibigay namin doon. Yung for the year, yung month down, it covers the downloading date, liquidation date, kung may delay po kayo, yung certification po na yon. Okay na po yun as MOV. Income generating project and canteen report, since this covers, the SBM covers 3 years, I think. 3 years. So wala po tayong aasahan na reports na yan ng I think 2020, wala po, no? So 19 na lang po at saka 18. No adverse COA findings on MOE liquidation. So ito po, sa amin na po ito manggagaling. Wala naman po kasing sinasubmit si COA na ganyang certification na wala daw silang nahanap ng findings. Pero kung meron po kayong na-receive na AOM directly, na pina-receive sa inyo, please have them filed. Naka-file po dapat yan. And dapat makikita po natin kung ano yung naging countermeasure po doon sa AOM. Dapat may sagot din po yun. Pagdating naman sa implementing units, ang MOV for no adverse COA findings, meron po dapat silang SASDC, yung statement of audit, hindi ko sa ulo. Basta yung SASDC po, alam na po yun ng bookkeeper. Doon po yung running balance ng mga disallowances, suspensions, and credit notices natin from the COA. So implementing units lang po ang meron nun. Yun lang po ang hahanapin namin. And pagdating pala sa liquidation report, since hindi po applicable sa implementing units yon, okay na po sa akin yung mga reports nila ng Financial Accountability Report. 1, 1A, 3, 4, at saka 5. Ayun po. Alam na po ng bookkeeper yan. And na-brief ko na rin po sila about dyan. So, yun lang po. Next po. School plan and resources. So, lahat po ng plan included dito from different units and sections. So, APP, Annual Procurement Plan, collaborative effort with supply and the whole school based on the needs of each unit. A human resource development plan for the trainings, financial management development plan. I think okay na din dito yung WFP. Tsaka AIP. Yan. Technology Resource Improvement Plan in collaboration with the ITO. School Physical Development Plan and Physical Facilities Improvement of School. uh, in coordination with engineer. IGP, income generated project, kung meron po kayo for those income generating na activities. I think most of the school wala naman masyado, especially for the previous year. Resource allocation and mobilization plan, and school size titling. Next po. For inventory naman po ng resources, ini-inventory din po yung resources. Kasama po dyan yung human resources, school facilities, technological, and okay. So human resources, pupil students classroom ratio. Since online po tayo, I think i-represent din dito kung ilan. Ay, for classroom pala to, no? Classroom, hindi applicable. I think this is per rooms na lang dun virtually. B, teacher-learner ratio per student teacher. School facilities, seat-learner ratio. Functional library rooms, furniture equipment, care of supply or property custodian. Technological resources, ICT packages, e-classroom packages, care of supply or property custodian, and the ICT coordinator, plus yung internet access nila. Internet access ng school, yung lines. Next is electricity connection, and yung WINS assessment, yung para sa water, sanitation and hygiene, I think. For the school health clinic, yun po. Ito po yung mga mostly inventory lang po, count report on count of these resources. Yun lang naman po yun. Sounds fancy lang, but more on bilang lang po talaga yan. Report bilang and kung accounted for, kung sino yung responsible dyan. Makikita po yan doon sa report ni property custodian. Yun lang po. Yun lang po. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ma'am Mitch. Thank you for sharing your insights sa Principle 4. Looking forward po working with you and one of your staff para sa validation po ng ating Principle 4 ng schools. Okay, so next po, thank you again, Ma'am Mitch. Next, actually ako po yung susunod na presenter. I'll be discussing the scoring steps, computation, at saka we will be having yung schedule ng ating validation. Ito na yung exciting part. So, I'm going to share the presentation. Mamaya po pag may mga comments po kayo, suggestions, or questions, mamaya po natin pag-usapan. After this, we will have the Q&A. Tapos, siguro, mag-i-end na rin tayo. Sige. So, ito na. Yeah. Okay. So, scoring steps, computation for the performance improvement, at saka yung setting schedule for the validation. So, ako po yung naka-assign to discuss these three. I hope okay pa rin kayo dyan. As of now, mayroon po tayong 83 na live po na nanonood at nakikinig. Sana po madagdagan. Although this will be or the video will be uploaded po later sa group din po natin. Okay? So, ito na po. So, scoring guides. The 4 principles were assigned percentage weight on the basis of their relative importance to the aim of school on improvement learning outcomes and school operations based on intermediate learning outcomes of DepEd. The description of SBM levels of practice are as follows. So kanina nakita nyo na po yung percentage ng bawat principle. Kung naalala po ninyo, principle 1 po natin is 30%. Principle 2 po natin ay 30%.
25% po yung ating sa Principal 3. Tapos sa Principal 4 po ay 15%. Pero gaya nga ng sabi ni Ma'am Mitch kanina, equally important po lahat po yan. Okay? So ito po yung level, tatlong level po natin, yung level 1, developing, level 2, maturing, at level 3 po yung advanced. Actually, nabigay ko na rin po yung definitions niyan kanina when I discussed the legal basis. Now, each principle has its corresponding standard means of verification. So yung MOB is well presented po ng ating mga speakers as they discuss the indicators for each principle. Binigay din po yung means of verification. I-remind ko lang po na hindi ibig sabihin number 1 po yung hinahanap sa nakalagay po doon sa MOB that is intended for indicator 1, hindi po. Yung summary po ng MOB, baka mamaya hanapin niyo po kasi, sir, paano yun? Ang nakalagay lang pong number ng MOVs, sub-numbers ng MOV sa principle 2 ay 6 lang. 7 po yung indicator. Hindi. Yung 6 na po yun ay lahat po. Those are the MOVs for the entire principle 2. Okay? Mamaya po sabihin ko kung paano po yung uploading ng ating documents or MOVs sa ating pong e-portal. So each principle is standing means of verification based on the intermediate learning outcomes. However, the MOVs are dependent on the context of the schools or whether such programs are relevant to the existing targets for the school performance. Okay? So yung mga nandoon, kung nakalagay po sa ating ESIP, hahanapin po natin. Okay? At kung hindi po applicable sa inyo, just in case there are MOVs that are not, parang hindi po applicable sa inyo, pwede nyo naman po i-indicate not applicable. Kung hindi talaga applicable. Alignment of all MOVs in every PPA is conducted shall be referred to the ESIP, OPCRF, AIP, WFP, and other pertinent official documents. So ito yung mga unang hinahanap po ng ating mga validators para ma-validate nila or ma-check nila kung talaga pong nakalagay sa plano yung pong ating mga pine-present na MOVs. Okay? Kasi baka mamaya lagay na kayo ng MOVs. Tapos, ang inire-require lang po natin is for the past 3 years. Hindi na pala updated, hindi na po pala current yung ina-upload yung MOV. So, it's not necessarily punong-puno yung folders po natin, okay na po tayo. Still look into the currency, completeness ng ating pong mga MOVs na i-upload. Okay? Yun po yung importante. Yung laman. Yung quality. It's not the quantity. It's the quality of the MOVs that you are going to upload later on. Okay. The DOD process shall be following the scoring guides in appreciation of the MOV. So, sinabi na kanina kung ano yung numerical rating natin na 0, pag wala pong evidence, 0. Yung sa 1, bakit 50%? Hindi, actually from 1% to 50%, developing po natin yan. So, kung na-assess po natin na 10% pa lang po yung participants ninyo ng ating stakeholders, developing pa lang. Okay? From 81 to 100%, clearly, nasa level 3 na po yung ating numerical rating. Okay, so yan po yung numerical. So, as scoring guide suggest, wala pong decimal. Ha? Pag kayo po ay magsi-self-assessment, hindi po porkit nasa 45 o 49% kayo, gagawin yung 1.5. Okay? O kaya sabihin na lang natin na 80, naka 79% na kayo, gawin nyo po siyang 2.7. Hindi po. So, ang rating lang po natin, 0 para pag no evidence, 1 to 50% is 1, 51 to 80%, 2, and 81 and to 100% is 3. The score point shall be taken from the rubric provided by the DepEd Order number 83 as the school head assesses their SBM practice. The points garnered shall be multiplied by its corresponding percentage. Okay? So, count the number of check kasi doon sa ating assessment tool, i-check nyo lang naman sa pag kayo po ay mamaya papakita natin po yung assessment tool, i-check nyo lang naman kung ano yung level. So, normally, i-count nyo yung check, doon sa chinek ninyo kung level 3 siya, so sa subtotal nyo, para at least malaman natin yung total of the entire principal. And we are going to multiply the number of check marks by the assigned level. Then we are going to add to get the subtotal. Okay? To get the average rating of the principal, dividing the total score by the number of indicators. Para mas clear po ito, sige mamaya, meron naman ito mamaya. So sabi niya rito, kunwari, ang total score ko po sa principal 1 ay 9, 5 lang po yung indicator, so 9 divided by 5, that's 1.8. 1.8 times 30%, so meron ka ng 0.54 points sa leadership. So ganun lang naman yan. So kaya kinukuha natin po yung subtotal for each principal. And you have to be aware of the number of indicators. Sa principal 1, 5 po ang indicator, principal 2, 7, principal 3 po, 5 po yung indicator, principal 4, there are 5 indicators. Now, you are going to record the average rating for the principal in the summary table for the computations of the general average. Meron po tayong template ng scoring. Mamaya i-present ko rin po. And this is actually available. Actually, makikita nyo po itong copy na to. Doon po sa ni-release po ng regional office, yung regional memo number 133, naka-upload na rin po yan sa ating group. Regional memorandum number 133, series of 2021. Now, multiply the rating for each principal by the percentage to get the weighted average rating. And to get the total for rating for the 4 principals, get the sum of all the weighted ratings. Now, the value derived is the overall school rating. Every end of each principal, the school needs to compute the total rating to get weighted mean following percentage of its principal. Para mas clear po yan, so ito po yung ginawa natin. Kunwari, you get a total score of 9 and the principal 1, 5 po yung indicator, multiplyan ko ng 30%, I will get 2.54. Principal 2, kung ang score ko po ay 12, ang perfect score po natin dito is 21. Sa principal 1, ang perfect score po dyan ay 15. So sa 12, dito po sa principal 2, 21. So kunwari, 21 yan, divided by 7, that is 3 times 30%. So magkakaroon na siya ng 0.90. Okay? Kung ganun po yung nangyari. Pero since 12 po yung score, 7 yung indicator, minultiply niya ng 0.8, which is the 30%, naka 51 points. Sa principal 3, kung score mo lang ay 9, this is just your pre-assessment, just in case. Pero this is also how the team, the SDO validating team, SDO, SBM validating team, will actually apply. I-apply niya rin po yan. So kung i-score natin, kunwari sa final ng principal 3, out of the 5, perfect po tayo, 15 divided by 5, it's 3 times 0.25. So mayroon ko siyang 0.75. Para ganun. So dito, 9 out of 5, that is just 1.8 times 0.45, 0.25 kasi 25% siya, 0.45 points. Sa principal 4, ganun din. Total score divided by the indicator times 0.15 or the 15%. Okay? Ito po yung sinasabi niyang summary. Okay? This is the sample computations. Ito po yung summary. So, ito po yung 4 na principal. Ito po yung weight. Percentage weight. Ito po yung numerical rating. Pag ina-add po natin yan, yan po yung score. So, 0.54, 0.51, 0.30, 45, 0.30, 0.30. Pag in-add ko lahat yan, 1.8. Then, we are going to check the descriptive rating. Since 1.8 siya, nasa maturing. Okay? So 1.8 kasi 1.5 to 2.49 maturing. 2.5 to 3 advanced. Ito po yung developing po yung level 1, level 2 po yung maturing, advanced po yung level 3. Okay? So, ayan yan. So that is how we compute. Magbibigay lang po tayo ng summary later on. And normally, ito po yung ginagawa natin when the validation ends. Ina-announce po natin, ako po yung nag-a-announce ng inyong numerical rating at the end of the validation. This time po, ang mangyayari, hindi namin maibibigay, hindi ko maibibigay, o hindi po namin maibibigay right after the validation. Kunwari, naka-schedule po kayo ngayon, na-validate po namin kayo, hindi po namin maibibigay agad-agad ang rating kasi magmi-meeting pa ulit ang group, then magpa-finalize para magbigay ng rating. We will release a memorandum para maibigay po yung summary or maibigay po yung result ng ating validation. Okay? Tapos, ang iba-validate lang po natin ay yung mga makakapag-comply doon sa submission ng documents sa atin pong e-portal. Okay? Mayroon din po tayong deadline ng submission. Okay? Kasi medyo challenging ngayon pagbabalidate natin online kasi hindi tulad nung ating face-to-face na magta-travel kami, pupuntahan namin kayo, mas madali pong magkuhan kasi sabay-sabay, mas madaling mag-browse. Kung minsan kahit hindi nagtatanong si validator, hawak na niya si document, kahit walang gaanong tanong, nakikita na niya directly. Okay? So, ngayon, hindi po ganun kadali. So, most likely, kung ang may babalidate po lang po ng grupo for a day is just 2 or 3, so kung 40 tayo, mathematically speaking, kung 40 divided by 3, that is around 13 days po ang validation. So sabihin na lang natin, hindi naman po araw-araw kami magbabalidate kasi definitely Monday, maraming gagawin dyan, Friday, kung minsan may mga kino-comply pa rin. Normally, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday lang po yung magiging schedule natin ng validation. Depende rin po sa activity ng ating mga validators. So kung hindi po lahat mababalidate or hindi po lahat makakapag-submit, most likely, hindi rin po lahat mababalidate. Okay? But we will be talking about later on kung paano po yung magiging setup po natin. But anyhow, next is yung monitoring po natin and evaluation. The Field Technical Assistance Division, in close collaboration with the QAAD or the Quality Assurance Division, and with the coordination with the regional SBM validating team, shall conduct annual review. So magkakaroon po ng annual review ang RO or Region 3 of the effectiveness and efficiency of the implementation of the policy. Yung regional memo na nila 133 at 134. Periodic consultations from the field shall be done to ensure the compliance of the SDOs in the implementation guides and to further enhance the mechanisms, processes for effective and efficient validation of schools' levels of practice and the provisions of technical assistance in school-based management. Now, feedback from the MNA shall be reported during the DMEA. So, yung atin pong magiging result, magbibigay din po kami ng feedback pag kami po ay magkakaroon ng DMEA sa region. Okay? Para may report din po ng regional office sa kanilang RMEA. Okay, ito po yung assessment tool. This is the assessment tool that you're going to use. Ito po yung attachment 1 nila, enclosure 1 nila. Ito po yung SBM self-assessment tool template. So, i-attach nyo rin po ito doon po sa ating ating e-portal. We are going to use the same assessment tool, self-assessment tool template para at least magamay na po natin. So dito nakalagay lang po yung name ng school, school type, syempre public or public, elementary or secondary o kaya integrated, ganun. Location, kailan in-established, last SBM level rating, tapos pangalan ng school head. Okay? And we are going to list the committee. So sa leadership, sino po yung chairman, secretary, sino yung mga members. Okay? Dito po tayo babase later on pag tayo na po ay magkakaroon ng online validation. Dito po tayo babase. Sino po ang kakausapin ng validator na chairman sa curriculum and instruction, sa accountability, and continuous improvement. And it is expected that these parang individuals, sila po yung magiging present sa link later on ay po-provide po ng division. Okay? And you're going to add an introduction or a brief background of the school. Although ito yung self-assessment tool, kumuha lang po ako ng isang part. Ito po yung sa leadership and governance. Ito po yung sinasabi natin na sine-check. Pag ginamit nyo po ito as assessment tool, i-check nyo lang po, lalagyan nyo lang ng check. Kunwari, nasa level 2 na kayo, checkan nyo lang yan. Lagyan mo na lang check. Kasi later on, pag nagkaroon po kayo ng score, yan, total score po rito, kunwari, tinotal nyo, kasi check mark times the level indicator, so may 2 points ka dyan, i-add mo lang yon, yan yung total score, i-divide mo, tapos mamaya may rating na. But you are going to indicate yung findings nyo, recommendations, if there are best features, you are going to indicate your best features, and affix po yung nag-review at nag-approve. Okay? So kung ito po yung self-assessment po ninyo, most likely po ang nag-review po ay either yung SBM coordinator natin, in-approve po ng ating school head. Okay? So yan po yung assessment tool. Ito po yung appendix B. Ito yung attachment B. Ito yung consolidation. Okay? Ito rin po yung need namin. This will be the basis of the validator para po makita yung inyong self-rating, self-study rating, para pag nagbigay kami ng final rating o nagbigay ng final rating ng division, makikita natin yung comparison para kung just in case there's a need for technical assistance, yan po yung ilalagay natin sa plan later on. Okay? So nandito po yung principles ang nakalagay dito, consolidated reports on the validations of the school's SBM level of practice. So name ng school, previous rating po, date of validation. So nakalagay po rito yung self-rating. Ito na po yung actual rating ng division. Multiply lang po sa percentage. Final self-study rating. Tapos yung actual na. Okay? Overall po rating, ilalagay din po natin. Dilalagay naman po rito ng names of the validators. Okay? Sa leadership po, this will be headed by Dr. Eleanor Siqueviab. Curriculum po, si Sir Ariel Lansang, and kung sino po yung identify niya later on na makakasama niya sa curriculum division or sa CID, either EPS po or PSDS po, pero most likely po ay EPS kasi ang PSDS meron pong hawak na meron po siyang hawak na school. Sa accountability po and continuous improvement, we have Sir Rick Ednabe and Sir Rodel Martinez. And sa management of resources po, we have Ma'am Michelle Ansarte at kung sino po yung i-identify niya na mga kasama niya sa principal form. Okay. So, ito po yung appendix C. Lahat po ito ay makikita, ulitin ko po, sa mga bagong dating, kung may bagong, para may umalis pa. Dati 87 yung naka-live, ngayon 86 na lang.
Ayaw nila makinig, sige bahala. Hindi, pero ito ay live sa YouTube. So, sa RO, Appendix 3, yung RO SDO Validating Tool Template, okay, nakalagay po yung school, yung previous rating, kailan ang validation, at yung current rating. Ito po yung sa leadership. Ito kasi is naka-identify per principle. Yung kanina kasi summary yun. Ito po ay summary. Okay, yung Appendix B is summary. Consolidated na yan. Ito, per validator. Ito po yung gagamitin ng validator. Okay? Nakalagay po yung rate actual. Ito nakalagay po diyan yung self-study rating na isasubmit po ninyo. Tapos para maalam na niya, maiko-compare niya yung actual rating niya. Last time kasi ina-announce ko lang. Okay? Doon po sa ating validation ng face-to-face, ina-announce ko lang na sa Principle 1, ang rating nila ay ganito. Pero wala po tayong itemized rating scale or yung rating po per indicator. This time po nakalagay po yung rating ninyo kung level 3 na yan. So most likely, uumpisahan po ng ating validator sa level 3. Just in case you fail to present or to present the MOVs that are needed in the required MOVs or requirements po natin para sa level 3, most likely bababa po ng level po yung ating validator. Hahanapin niya. Sa paghahanap niya, magtatanong yan. So the question might be addressed to either the chairman or the members presently attending yung pong validation. Okay? Kung mayroon po diyang parent na kasama, most likely baka matanong siya, baka hindi siya aware na nagkaroon kayo ng ganong activity. That is just to further validate kung talagang nakandak po si activity. O kaya si estudyante, sinabi nyo nagkandak kayo ng training ng ganito para sa estudyante. Nandyan si estudyante present, tinanong, sabi niya, hindi ko po alam. O yan. So yan po yung basis ng ating validator. So, lalagay niya po dyan yung actual rating niya per indicator. Lalagay niya rin po yung findings niya and recommendations. And if there are recommendations, it will be written on this part of the template. It will be valid. It will be signed by the validator or validators. Kung dalawa po sila. Okay. Okay. Ito po yung e-portal. This is the actually ginawa po ito. This is with the assistance of Sir Art. Nag-usap po kami ng May 5, ito po yun. Kaya May 5 nakapag-input na po ako ng May 5, May 6. Hanggang kahapon po nag-input pa rin po ako dyan. So makikita lang natin dito sa, hindi nyo to makikita unless you are an SDO, SBM validating team. Pag kayo po ay from school, ang makikita nyo lang po ay yung per school lang. Hindi niyo po makikita yung ibang folders ng schools. You can only view or contribute on your own folders lang. Hindi kayo makakapag-browse ng ibang folder unless you are a validator or a coordinator ng division. Okay? Or chief, ganon. Kasi dito, nakakuan po yan na bawat isang folder po nakalink lang po siya kung sino po yung school head in charge, SBM coordinator in charge, at saka PSDS in charge, at saka validator in charge. Okay? Maaring ang mabuview po ni school head ay lahat ng folders ng kanyang school. Ganun din po si coordinator, siya lang po yung makakapag-upload. Okay? Pero kung gagawa rin po siya ng mga kasama niya to help, doon na lang po sila gagawa na lang din po siya ng folders. Doon po sa assigned folders nyo per school. So ito po yung SDO OC SBM e-portal. Ganito po yung makikita natin. So ginamit ko po yung isang school. Kung nandiyan po si Ma'am Marian, ayun, nanonood po si Ma'am Marian ngayon. Ginamit ko lang po. This is just for sample purpose. So makikita niyo po per school, nakalagay dyan po yung 4 na principal. Okay? So dito lang po, so sa lahat po ng MOVs, yung mga itemized MOVs natin for principal 1, pwede nyo pong, actually ilalagay nyo po dito. So kung naulit man, let's say for instance, naulit po yung document na kailangan, pwede nyo na rin po siyang ilagay. Okay? Para hindi na po natin i-redirect na, ma'am, mayroon po yan sa principal 4. Okay, from the principal 4, mayroon po tayo sa principal 1. Hindi na po. So kung ano po yung document na needed per principal, naka-itemize po naman doon sa ating MOV, ilagay nyo na po per principal, per folder. Okay? So ganyan po yan. So ito po yung access. So, ito lang po yung may access. Actually, kami ni Sir Art ang manager. First time ko mag-manager. Hindi, actually third time ko na mag-manager. So, ang ating coordinator po ay contributor. Ang PSDS in charge po ay viewer. So, mabuview niya kung ano ng content ng mga nakalagay po sa folder. Ganun din po ang ating school head. Okay? So, ito po yung assignment. So, SDO, SBM validating team, pwede niya pong i-view lahat. Lahat ng schools, lahat ng folder, kaya niyang i-view. PSDS, kung saan lang po siya in charge na sa schools. Kaya kung maalala ninyo, May 5, yun na po yung start ng hindi na po ako nagkikikilos. May 5, nagkaroon po tayo ng Excel template via Google Excel. Ni-request ko po yung inyong email address, name po ng coordinator, name po ng school head, at saka email address. Kasi po ginawa po itong portal. Okay? So sa PSDS in charge po, kung sino lang po yung schools, kung saan po kayo assigned. Hindi nyo po makikita lahat po ng schools, kundi kung saan lang po yung schools na assign kayo. School head, ang mabuview niya lang po per school lang niya. Coordinators po, sa school lang po nila, they are a contributor. Okay? Huwag niyo po akong i-add as content manager. Kasi sa akin po galing, sa amin po ni Sir Art galing po yung link ng Drive. Okay? So yan po. Okay, ito na yung pag-uusapan natin. Hanggang kailan kayang mag-submit ng document? Okay, kailangan po natin magkaroon ng deadline ng submission dahil hindi naman pwedeng hanggang December. Baka mamaya hanggang December pa tayo makapagpuno, makapag-validate. Unless otherwise, okay lang din po sa region na kahit na next year din po tayo mag-validate. Pero most likely, we will have a validation either this month, kung may start na po natin this month, mas maganda, or expected po by next month, nakapag-start na rin po tayo. Nakapag-start na po tayo. Okay? Ito po yung pag-uusapan natin. Any suggestion kung kailan? Kasi pag nag-impose, mahirap na rin po kasi mag-impose na sabihin natin by next week ang deadline po natin ng submission or uploading. Most likely, you have the documents. Most likely, pipicturan nyo na lang po yung document available at hand at i-upload. Hanggang kailan? Okay? Ito na po yung pan natin. Hanggang kailan po natin yung uploading para ma-set po natin yung schedule ng validation. Kasi gaya ng guideline or na nirelease po ng region, it's We have the validation, yung uploading. Tapos pag na-receive na po namin yung document, mayroon po tayong 1 day para i-advise ang school for their schedule. Okay? Pero normally, most likely, hindi naman magiging possible yun kasi i-review din ng ating validator in charge ng principal po yung document ninyo. Hindi po ito pagka-upload ninyo and you say that you are ready on the next day, okay na. Kailangan bigyan din po natin ng time ang ating validator sa pag-review ng documents na i-upload po ninyo. Okay? Although, pag in-upload naman ninyo, tatanungin lang naman po ni validator or saan po natin makikita kung nasaan po ang inyong proposal. Okay. Present nyo lang yung proposal. Ang titignan lang din naman ng ating validator ay yung date, kung sakop ba siya ng 3 years. Yung proposal ba ay intended for the indicator. Baka mamaya you are presenting a proposal pero hindi naman siya under the curriculum. Baka yung proposal niyo po is under governance, magkaiba po yun. Yung pinabanggit kanina ni Sir Ariel, Sir Ayi, regarding doon po sa mga sa mga project proposals po natin, activity completion reports is in relation po sa curriculum. At hindi lang po basta porket may proposals o ganon, okay na. Kailangan in-line po doon sa indicator na nakalagay or na hinahanap. Okay? So ito, ulitin ko po ang pag-uusapan po natin para sa open forum ay yung kailan ng uploading at schedule ng validation. Pero gaya ng sabi ko kanina, ang iba-validate lang po ay yung pong makakapag-comply. Okay? Doon po sa ating okay. Although uploading lang naman, we are going to upload the document. Siguro you will seek the assistance of your ITOs or kung hindi man, willing naman po si Sir, alam ko willing naman yan, si Sir Art. Anytime kahit na linggo, Mother's Day, hindi na nga niya naisip na Mother's Day, ginulo ko pa rin para lang mag-seek ako ng technical assistance regarding po sa ating live stream ngayon. So, willing naman po silang mag-render ng assistance anytime that, ako na ang nag-decide para sa kanya. Hindi, but still, seek the assistance po kung ma-assist po nila kayo sa uploading. Kasi may nagtanong kanina, Sir, yung po bang pag-convert from a picture ata to PDF or from doc PDF, ay pwede ba? Hindi ko kasi siya masagot. Kaya sabi ko, I will ask Sir Art regarding po doon sa uploading. Although sigurado mamaya tanungin na rin po natin sa uploading po. Okay, so yun. Let's have kung mayroon po kayo mga tanong, yan po nag-i-end yung aking presentation. Kung mayroon po tayong tanong, concerning po sa 4 na principle na na-discuss kanina, doon po sa steps, processes na pinesent ko kanina, at dito po sa scoring, the floor is now open for your questions, suggestions, ano pa ba, recommendations, and so forth. Yan, Q&A na po. Pwede niyo po i-type. You just have to type in kung mayroon po tayong question. Nababasa naman po namin yung ating chat box. As of now, mayroon na po tayong 87. Naka-view din ako eh. EBIS indicators, kasama po ulit. Yun pong number ng enrollment, percentage ng enrollment, percentage po ng dropout, hindi po siya bibigyan ng score. Pero, yun pong documentation ninyo, i-check po yan sa ating
ah, sa ating Principle 1 at saka sa Principle 2. Okay? Pero yung computation po kung ilang percentage po yung dropout ninyo, hindi po yan. It will not affect, I hope I answered that question, it will not affect your score. Pero the documents regarding your dropout rate, cohort survival, enrollment rate, ganon, completion rate, kasama pa rin po siya. Pero yung with regard sa computation, hindi po siya kasama. Okay. Ulitin ko po, i-upload po itong mga presentation sa ating group. Ito, may tanong si Ma'am Joey. Sir Raymond, Raymond, lahat po ng files to upload ay in PDF? Yan po yung tanong kanina. Sir Art, si Sir Art kayang sagutin niya. Ako si Ma'am Joey din yung nagtanong kanina. Kaya sabi ko itatanong. Sir Art.
Mas maganda po, PDF na lang. Para hindi na po may edit yon, sakto na siya. As is po siya pag ano. PDF lang po, then paki-protect na lang po yung ano. Paki-protect po yung printing tsaka siguro alam na nila yun. Patulong na lang po tayo sa ICT coordinator natin. Sa PDF po kasi, pwede po kasing i-protect na hindi pwedeng i-print yung document. So, since viewing lang naman po sa ano, yung mga validator natin, siguro paki-restrict po yung file. Hindi siya pwede ma-edit, hindi siya pwede ma-print. So, sir, nag-print ba kayo? Hindi naman, ano, Sir Raymond?
Hindi po.
So, viewing lang po talaga tayo. Protect yung PDF file. Paano po gagawin yon? Alam na po ng mga ICT coordinator natin yon.
Yeah.
Sir, next question tayo.
Next question, sige sir.
Yes. Yan po.
Kay Doc Arlene, the learner's portfolio po ba yung may learning needs lang ang hahanapin? Nandiyan po ba si Sir? Pass the mic to Sir Ahi.
Sir Ahi. Sandali lang po, Sir Ahi.
Hello, Sir Ahi.
Ayan. Ayan. Nasa ano na po? Nasa stage na, Sir Ahi.
May learning needs lang ba ang hahanapin? Kasi may needs kanina. Sa mga needs.
Okay. Yung sa learner's portfolio po, hindi lang needs, kundi ano yung naging output doon sa need. Kasi di ba may assessment tayo ng portfolio assessment, no? And then therefore, there should be parang an evidence of outputs. Kasi halimbawa, ang learning need ng bata ay strengthening the learning competency required in a particular quarter. Ano yung portfolio na corresponding to that particular learning competency ang dapat maipakita, no? So marami po tayong pwedeng maging evidence, like halimbawa yung output ng bata. Kung gagamitan natin siya ng multiple intelligences, pwede po siyang yung ginawa niyang tula, yung kanyang artwork, yung kanyang to show the learning competency required in that particular quarter. So yun po yung pwedeng, hindi lang needs. Kasi pag sinabi mong needs, marami tayong pwedeng identify na needs eh. We need also proof that the needs were responded to by the school. So kailangan may correlation yung when we check of the learner's needs, we have made interventions to quantify, no, and qualify kung naging responsive ba yung ating naging assistance and intervention. So yun po.
Thank you, Sir Yi. Bago natin i-entertain yung tanong po ni Ma'am Calara, yung sagot po kanina sa EBIS, sabi po ni Ma'am Eleanor, regarding EBIS indicators, include po, provided po na applicable sa school ang parameter. Kung wala pong ALS, hindi po hahanapin sa inyo ang ALS.
Kung may mga school leavers at beyond our control ang pag-leave po nila, then we can relax, we can relay ito, that as long as may proof po tayo, that as long as may proof po tayo na the school exhausted all means to keep the students from school. Yan po yung reply. Kasi kailangan din po, actually makikita rin naman yan sa ating SRC, sa ating school report card. Yung pong tanong ni Ma'am Calara kanina, sa lahat, sir, lahat ba ng names of school ay nakasave na sa SBM para ready na? Yes po. Actually po, nakalagay na po lahat. Yung access po, na-share ko na po yung access. Natapos po ako kahapon ng alas 5, 5, para i-include ko po lahat. Kasi lahat ng school heads ay view. Lahat po ng coordinator po ay contributor. SBM ng school SBM coordinator ng school. Yung at your end, kung i-extend nyo po sa inyong mga schools, gagawa din po kayo ng per principal. Pero yun po ay, the e-portal is intended for the validation of the division SBM validating team. Okay? Na later on, baka gamitin din po natin pag nag-judge po tayo as level 3, top 5, most likely hindi na po tayo gaanong mahirapang mag-request ng document kasi naka-upload na po sa ating e-portal. Okay, ipoprovide na lang po natin most likely ay yung ating audio video presentation, yung 3 minutes para sa school head at saka 1 minute per principal. Yun po. Okay. Si Ma'am Michelle Kalimbas may tanong, sir, sa integrated school po ba maghihiwalay po ang LM at high school sa uploading? Hindi po. Pag integrated po, isa na lang, as one. Okay? As one. Isa lang po. Hindi po natin kilala. Sino po itong user? Yung user po, pa-click na lang din po para ma-recognize. But anyhow, yung tanong po, good PM po. Do you consider the instructions, announcements, and other school matters sent via messages in our GSS as school memo? Iba ang school memo. Although communication lang po siya. Sige, most likely sagutin po ito, Ma'am Eileen. Nandiyan po si Ma'am Eileen.
Hello, sir po. Good afternoon po. Yun po ay papasok siya sa communication, and to make it official, mas maganda po mag-emanate yung instructions na yan, announcement sa school principal para makonsider po natin siyang legal at talagang ito ay dinidisseminate ng principal sa lahat ng stakeholders.
Yun. Pag galing po sa school head, yan, siguro yun. Kasi baka emergency or immediate po, i-capture nyo lang po, paki-capture lang po yung part na nag-disseminate po tayo ng information. Okay? I hope nasagot po natin si Facebook user. Hindi ko po name yung name. Any other question po? Although wala pa rin po tayong nasiset na schedule. Ma'am Pilo. Si Ma'am Pilo. Hello, good afternoon, Ma'am Babes. Any other question po? Although may tanong, good sir, good PM po, personal na tinatanong. Sige, sagutin ko na lang si Ma'am sa remote na lang. Any other question po riyan? Although may challenge po tayo kasi nung nagkaroon tayo ng lockdown starting March 2020, it's expected kasi April is may conduct na po tayo ng SMEA, tapos July, tapos October, and January. Okay? Siguro maintindihan po natin kung hindi po tayo nakapag-conduct ng April or July. But since na-introduce na-introduce na po yung virtual, parang May pa lang nagbe-virtual na tayo, April pa lang nagbe-virtual na po tayo. Siguro yung March ay yung April na ISMEA din natin, which is the first quarter ISMEA, presentation of ISMEA, siguro baka i-consider na kahit kung wala. Pero yung July, October, January, that is second quarter, third and fourth quarter respectively, ay dapat mayroon po tayo. EBIS, may mga data po dyan kailangan. Tanong ni Ma'am MLSF. Pakibago na lang po yung name request na lang po ha, to clearly identify po. May deadline na po ba tayo ng uploading, sir? I-ask po natin ang team. Sir Ayi, as team leader, Sir Ayi po at saka si Ma'am Aileen. Yan. Calling for the attention of deadline. Kailan kaya tayo magkakaroon ng deadline?
I think we need to clarify when are we expected to validate yung time frame.
Ano yun, sir? Ng region? Or actually we will be validated by the region the moment po na mag-submit po tayo ng top 5.
Okay.
Oo. So, yung top 5, yung validation nila, didepende po sa submission po natin. So, kung intent po natin ma-validate ng region ay by June or July, most likely by June, tapos na po tayo ng validation. Pero kung intended po natin na by August this year, which is bakasyon naman na yun, siguro virtual din naman ang ating, kung readily sila, gano'n. Kasi kalalabas din po ng ating memo last April 27. So, wala, kumbaga, 2 weeks old pa lang po yung ating memo. Pero, pinag-uusapan na po natin para at least mapaaga po tayo.
May nabasa akong comment ni Ma'am Joey. Ang suggestion niya by June.
June. Sir, possible po ba uploading ay June pa? Huwag tayo mag-start. Siguro mag-start na tayong mag-upload. Yung deadline, ibig sabihin, siguro pag sinabi natin, kung magbigay tayo, kasi May na ngayon, kung sinabi natin hanggang June 15, dapat by June 15, uploaded na lahat. Kasi kung sasabihin natin, sir, na first week ng June ang pag-upload, may mga time, sayang na rin itong kalahating buwan para makapag-upload sila, utay-utay, parang ganon. Upload naman ng ng kanilang document, MOVs nang naman din yun. Yung assessment naman nila, the documents are there. Nasa school na po yung document. Hindi naman na nila i-upload yung document nila sa kanilang portal kasi the documents are readily available sa kanilang school. Yung sa atin kasi, i-upload nila. Yung self-assessment, they can actually do the self-assessment siguro a week or 2 weeks. Kung makapaggawa sila ng self-assessment in 2 weeks time. Pero yung uploading, hopefully, makapag-upload na sila unti-unti. Kasi ang tanong, hanggang kailan? Ang deadline ng uploading. Para sa atin, makapag-ready rin tayo, sir, para makapag-ready rin po tayo, kasi magbabalidate din. Kumbaga, i-review nyo pa po yung document. Okay? At definitely, hindi nyo po sabay-sabay i-review yung document. Machi-check ko naman po doon sa e-portal kung kailan sila nakapag-upload. or ino-notify naman nila ako kung uploaded na lahat para sila po yung mauunang i-validate. I-park muna natin, sir, to be announced. Ano ba ang si Ma'am Aileen?
Sir, ito. Yung clarification daw.
For clarification lang po, sir, ang MOBs po ba na i-upload ay 3 years po ulit? Bawat year po ba need ng specific folder? Hindi naman. Kunwari, Principle 4. Doon sa Principle 4, pwede naman na silang maglagay ng per year. Okay? I-upload na nila doon. Or, kasi mayroon number naka-identify naman po yung MOV. So, yung MOV, siguro, as one na, ipakita na nila kung mayroon silang document na 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, at saka 2020, 2021.
Sir Raymond,
Yes, Ma'am Aileen.
we can require them to submit the last 3 years. Pwede namang summary, let's say AIP nila for the last 3 years, yung endorsement na lang. Para
Opo.
naman hindi masyadong mabigat yung i-upload nila. Kung meron silang i-upload na 3 EMPRE for the last 3 years na very significant, kahit yung mga endorsement na lang ng EMPRE na yon at yung attachment na MOV na hindi naman kinakailangan para maging very heavy yung kanilang mga file. Okay, kasi we want to see the continuity of their practice, kaya 3 years yung hinahanap natin sa ngayon.
So, ang kailangan po yung mga endorsements natin na justify na nagawa po natin siya for the past 3 years. Okay? Hindi ko nabasa yung kay Sir Florence, kay Sir Con kanina. Kung ang documents po, siya pala may tanong na. Indicate the specific school year. Kasi makikita naman po sa document kung anong year po yun. Okay? So pag-isahin na lang, at least kahit na yung attachment po ang importante. Okay? Yung kay Ma'am Calara, Sir, last May, binigay ang link sa mga coordinator at I echoed po namin muna sa school level po. Tatanong yung coordinator ko, kailan ang deadline? O yan. Ayan. Tatanong na si Ma'am ng deadline. Actually, wala pa po tayong deadline. Although, yan, na-receive May 9 nung Sunday. It was Sunday. Na-upload ko yung kay Ma'am Calara nung Sunday, yung link. Yun po yung sa e-portal. Okay? So, yung 100 million or $1 million question, kailan po ang deadline po ng division regarding sa upload? Yung deadline po ng uploading, hindi po yung start ng uploading. Actually, since you already have the link, mayroon na po kayo nung link ng ating e-portal, you can start uploading your documents. Pero as of the deadline, balikan ko ulit po, Sir Ayi at saka si Ma'am Aileen. With the help po ng ating other validators, nandiyan po si Sir Rick, Sir Ma'am Mitch, pa-help po. Kailan ang magandang deadline? Kung titignan natin yung timeline, ngayon po kasi ay May 11. May 11, halos gitna na ng month. Kung 1 week per principal, isang buwan, masyadong malayo. Hindi, tama naman. Kung 1 week per principal, tama ba? Pwede na ba yun, sir? 1 week per principal. June 11. Oy, June 11, deadline. June.
Sir Raymond.
Pero hindi pa, end of klase na po ata yun. Tama po ba? Yes, Sir Rick. Sir Rick?
Yeah, Sir Raymond, total, nasa atin yung panahon na mag-submit sa region, di ba?
Region. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oo.
Depende po sa atin yung schedule na makakapag-submit po sa region.
Oo.
Para ma-validate din po ng region ang division.
Oo. Since nanganganay tayo dito ngayon sa ating
Yes,
na ganito, di ba?
Medyo bago ito. This is the first ever ng
Oo.
ating division na online.
Oo. Kasi ang malaki talagang dito ngayon, trabaho ng ating mga eskwelahan ay yung pag-i-scan, pag-upload ng kanilang mga napakakapal na mga dokumento. Plus tayo din dito sa DO, hindi naman sa
I-review nyo, sir. I-review po ng validator bago po magkaroon ng actual validation.
So may actual pa, doon sa mga makakaabot ng level 3. O lahat yan i-validate.
Hindi, sir, yung makakapag-upload po until the given deadline.
Okay.
So kung hindi po lahat makakapag-upload, baka sukuan po nilang mag-upload kung sino po yung readily available. Opo.
So yun
po
muna unahin natin. Yun ang unahin natin, yung mga makapag-upload.
Yes po. Uunahin po yung una pong makakapag-upload.
Yeah, pero may deadline talaga.
Yes. Kasi kung wala po tayong deadline, baka abutin pa lang hanggang December, January na po tayo magpapavalidate sa region.
Oo. Siguro yung isang buwan nga is enough na siguro yan.
Yun din nga rin po yung tansya ko, sir. Halos isang buwan para sa uploading.
Opo.
Kasi pag minamadali, tama, as per Ma'am Milda po sabi, thank you, Sir Rick. Tama lang po. Kasi pag minamadali, kawawa naman po ang mga teachers. Nagpiprint pa po sila ng modules. Kasi iniisip din, kailan, sir, ang deadline ay tapos ng school year?
July.
Oo. So kahit na siguro after the closing, makapag-validate na tayo.
Ayun. Yan. Pwede siguro.
Ang ating pong team leader, Sir Ayi and Ma'am Eileen, July.
Kung ano po, Sir Raymond, mapag-agrehan natin na hindi naman din magigipit ang mga school at the same time, hindi naman din tayo magra-rush para sa validation ng region. Magko-compromise po tayo.
Sige po. So mag-re-release na lang po, mag-meeting po muna ang validating team, SDO validating team, regarding po sa deadline. That rest assured po, i-consider po natin yung pong current situation po natin regarding po sa pag-upload, pag-prepare, at saka sa other activities po this coming this coming June and July. Pero may suggestion po si Ma'am Criselda, June 15 na lang po kasi mag-meet pa po uli. Sige, ma'am. We will release a memorandum. Pag-usapan din po muna ng SBM team. But you will be informed the soonest possible para at least makapag-ready. But at this rate, siguro, ma'am, okay lang po ba banggitin ko na Sir Ayi at Ma'am Eileen na mag-start na po silang mag-upload?
Sir, kasi yung previous years naman, nandiyan lang naman eh. Diba?
Okay.
So, ang poproblemahin na lang talaga yung current.
Yes po.
Yes. So, most probably, it would be easier kung yung 2 previous years ay total nandiyan naman na siya, but then again, sabi nga yung pagko-convert kasi ng file, yun lang yung question doon, no? Ang pwede lang nilang pagbuhusan talaga ng panahon ay yung current year, no? School year, no?
Yes, sir. Sige. So yun. So at least sa narinig po natin, sige, pero start na po nating mag-upload. Start uploading your documents sa designated
folders sa ating SBM SDO portal, e-portal. The deadline and schedule of validation will be memorandum will be issued regarding this matter. So abang-abang na lang po. Okay? Pero definitely itong May ay yung po sigurado, hindi po ngayong May ang deadline at hindi rin po ngayong May ang validation. Meron pa po bang tanong? Question? Wala na. Sir Art, wala na po bang tanong? Clear na po ba sa lahat? But anyhow, mayroon po tayong chat group. Mayroon din na rin po tayong FB group for any questions po or further inquiry po. Naman po, available naman po palagi to extend their technical assistance. Nandiyan po rin po si Sir Rick, si Ma'am Eileen, si Sir Ayi, si Ma'am Mitch, Sir Sam, at saka si Sir Rodel. And yours truly po, anytime po na may mga inquiries po tayo, magre-respond naman po kami as soon as possible. Okay, sige, kung wala na pong tanong for now, I would like to give the floor to Sir Samuel S. Parales to give us the closing remarks. Sir Sam, magandang hapon po. Samuel.
Opo, nawawala ako. Okay.
Nawawala si Sir Sam.
Hello po. Hello po.
Hello sir, good afternoon.
Opo, sige po. Opo, good afternoon po. Good afternoon sa lahat. Mula sa PSDS, sa principal, sa atin pong lahat, kay O1, kay O2. Siguro masasabi na lang namin ay good luck sa lahat. Kasi talagang importante po yung SBM para sa atin. Kasi dyan po kikita kung tayong lahat ay kita nyo kung nagtatrabaho po tayo. Kaya kung ano man ang makatanungan na nais po ninyong itanong, bago pong SBM, ay nakahanda po kaming tumulong sa abot naming makakaya para ma-perfect na po natin lahat ng mga schools. Maraming salamat din sa mga school heads, sa SBM coordinators, kasi dahil din sa kanila, nagagawa din namin mga trabaho rito sa office. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Sam. So that concludes our online division orientation on SBM validation. I'm your host, Sir Raymond F. Camacho, signing out. Magandang hapon po sa lahat.